back with Stepan Avagyan Memorial. We are starting 3 last rounds of the tournament, so called the end game, right? And today we have round 7. I'm Grandmaster Miro, and together with Grandmaster Maria Fominich, we will be calling all the action for those 3 remaining rounds.
Hello, dear chess friends. Welcome you from beautiful Jermuk.
Yeah, a little town that used to be just, I don't know, I want to say resort, mineral water resort, and became the chess capital of Armenia in a way. Right, so I think the game, well, not I think, I know the games have started, but I think we will be getting the moves anytime soon. So, today's pairing. Let's remind that we have 3 leaders. One of them, Michal Sarin, is facing Robert Hovhannisyan. Right, by the way, I feel like we have to mute this thing. Yeah, so now it's much safer. Okay, so Michal Sarin with Hovhannisyan. Let's on Robert. The game, as you can see, has already started.
But there is Michal Sarin.
Made his move and I don't know,
and just
went
walking.
somewhere. Right, both 2, Jacobian against Aravind. Here, both players are seated. I think they're both on 50%, I want to say.
Yeah. Robson, Artemiev and Michal Sarin are leaders with 3.5 points.
Yeah, Artemiev on board 3 is facing Alexander Donchenko. That's their game. I think Artemiev went for something like very solid English opening. We'll see it.
We'll see it very later. Solid
today. Yeah. Then board 4, American Derby, Sam Savian against Ray Robson. Ray Robson, wait a second. He's one of the leaders. Yeah. Indeed. He lost to Donchenko in round 2, but then he won 2 consecutive games with black, and he is one of the leaders.
Yesterday it was the most peaceful round with all draws.
Yeah. And then, speaking of all draws, we do have some player, I think more than one player with all draws. Sam Savian has all draws, and I think Robert Hovhannisyan has all draws. Sam Savian, I've been told, has all draws for the 2nd consecutive year. He participated last year, and he finished the tournament with 9 draws out of 9 rounds, even though you are the witnesses, every single game in this tournament is played and well fought. And last but not least, board 5, Shan Saxian against Gumulaj, and finally we are getting some moves in. D4, D5, Knight F3, Knight F6, and Bishop F4, an attempt to play the London. Yeah, and from what I've seen, this was the line they've played, I guess. Oh no, hang on a second. He didn't play 3.
C4?
I think he went like C4, E6, Queen B3, Knight C6, C5. Yes, the pawn was still on E2, and C5 is relatively rare line. Yeah, so basically B7 is hanging, and white is just like trying to build a normal setup with E3, Knight C3, and so on. And like because Black Knight is on C6, it's much harder to go B6, right?
C5 is interesting because if Queen B7 immediately, Knight B4, I think, and let's show it.
So if you go Queen B7 here, Knight B4, or computer even wants Knight A5 here, Queen B6, and then Knight C4 is hanging, or Knight B4, Knight A3, and I guess you just take DC4, and because the Knight on A3 is so bad and it cannot really move because always Knight C2, black gets like really decent compensation. So C5 is a very ambitious move, of course. White went E3. Black first. Black, of course, played Rook B8, defended the pawn. E3, a6, knight c3, and knight to h5.
Knight
So
h5.
that's
It's
what
a
we have.
well-known idea
To exchange the
to exchange
bishop,
the
yeah.
bishop. That's why h3 is.
Sometimes, yeah, like if white is in time, it's useful to have h3 so that the bishop can go to h2. I wonder if he could go h3 here. It was possible, yes, that black would probably try some knight e4, g5, h5 sometimes just developing slowly later on, looking for e6, e5 breaks.
Just another line.
Yeah, so after knight to h5, I feel like we are, I'm not sure. Like, I'm tempted to say I don't want to move the bishop. Let's say I go bishop e2. So when they take, I have control over e5. But I think this one is too weak, right? So, like, don't know, g6, a little bit scary because the bishop on f5.
But the idea to.
Yeah, it's very straightforward. Bishop g7, press on d4, then castle, maybe bishop g4, maybe bishop e4. So I guess after knight h5, you probably should play one of the moves, bishop g5 or bishop g3.
Or bishop e4.
Yeah, bishop e5.
F6.
Theoretically is also possible, yes, f6 and then go to g3. It's like partially, I want to say it's a well-known stuff, but the fact that black has the knight on c6 instead of pawn on c6, it's it's quite different, right? Because I wanted to say if you force me to play f6, I might as well go e5, right? Which is very common when the pawn is on c6, but here it just drops the d5 pawn, so you cannot go e5. So it's kind of familiar but different at the same time. Okay, so knight h5. This is it for this game. Shansakshan, Shimon Gumulaj, both, by the way, are on -1. So that is the game between two outsiders. Okay, let's look at the moves finally. We are getting some moves.
On the first board?
Yeah, Nihal Sarin against Robert Hovhannisyan, and Robert being quite solid in this tournament. Funny opening choice, queen to c2. And of course, yeah, let's switch to the camera view from this game as well. Yeah, queen c2 is, it kind of gives you the idea how bad things are for white. Because so that you have to, in order to find, I don't believe like you play queen c2 seriously hoping for an advantage. You are just trying to find some unexplored, some new position.
As I remember, if we go queen c5 too early, c5 immediately.
Yeah, queen c2 too early, usually
c5. Yeah.
c5 is an idea, and then like later on when, let's say, the file opens, your queen on c2 is misplaced.
But of course now it's a lot
yeah,
of
maybe you could go c5 even here, but black, to be honest, like black played it in a very, very solid fashion by simply taking here, queen takes, and then it turned into, I want to say, some version of Queen's Gambit accepted, right? So
yeah, like but it could be a Catalan maybe after, I don't know. After
yeah, like here, if you go g3, this, let's say this, and black goes bishop e7, then we castle, and black castles, we've transposed into the Catalan.
After
like one
bishop
of
f4.
Old-fashioned lines. Bishop f4 is the move, bishop g5 is the move, bishop d2.
Yesterday I played with white Catalan against Nihal Sarin in our friendship game.
Right. So white plays bishop g5, which is more of a Queen's Gambit approach. Bishop g5, and black went knight b2 g7. I guess like usually that is your standard setup, but then you have to be a bit careful and consider bishop takes f6. Because if you take here, white gets a very favorable pawn structure, which basically just wins the pawn on c4 next move.
So we have to take on f6.
Yeah, queen takes, then queen c7, and you might have some compensation, but usually white's very happy. So bishop f6, you would have to take g f6. not saying that it's bad, and probably it's not bad. It's actually quite acceptable for black, but you know,
And
you
the
have
pair
to.
of bishops for
Yeah,
black
pair of
also.
bishops probably compensate for this little weakness in the structure. But black doesn't want even this. He wants knight d7. He went knight d7 to be ultra solid. Yeah. There's still potential to transpose into this bishop g5 line of the Catalan, like if you go g3 and
b5, yeah.
g3, b5, or alternatively, what you do, can you go
e4,
e4? E4, usually this is annoying because you'd have to take on f6,
and
just to
black
show
are
like you,
already prepared.
if you go here, yeah, g5 and black takes the pawn, so you take on f6, knight takes f6, and I don't know, knight c3,
b5,
then
yeah?
probably b5, b4
b5,
comes.
c5,
Yes.
very quickly for black.
So I guess some knight d2. Again, you can go b5. If queen c6, you have bishop d7. If queen c2, you have bishop b7.
And rook c8, c5.
Yeah, this, bishop b7 castle.
Easy to play for black here.
Yeah, looks nice for black. So the big question is like, how does white continue? Is it modest e3 or is it g3 and try to transpose into Catalan? Okay. Robert Hovhannisyan being very, very solid, was trying to be very, very solid through the tournament. So he probably doesn't mind making another draw, especially with black, especially against the top seed. But Nihal Sarin, of course, with +1 being in the lead, he is looking for the way.
Something.
Yeah, at least like to get playable fighting position and then see where it takes him. Moving to board 2, Hakobian against Aravind. Oh, that is not the most exciting position. I guess we'll have to catch up with the kind of real position on a board, and it's not exciting, let me tell you. It's not exciting either. So Rui Lopez and Berlin variation, castles 94, rook e1. Well, not the most drawish line against the Berlin, but quite solid. And yeah, if black knows what he's doing, it's very, very hard to claim any sort of advantage. Castles, and I think d4 is the move, right? After castles, yeah. d4, bishop f6, rook e1, and rook e8. So basically, you have two major options here, knight f5. D5. But then d5 is kind of the most principal, and it's not like white is much better, but white at least gets something. It gets more space, and we basically play this position. Or after rook e1, you can go rook e8. Then d5 is kind of less appealing. Yeah.
Maybe after d5 we can take on e1. And
I'm not quite sure what the theory is. I just know. Yeah, I just know that d5 is not a move after rook e8. Yeah, so rook e8. Let me see. Rook e8, bishop f4. Okay. So that is actually a cool line. Yeah, because now black could have taken on d4. And that would mean entering some crazy complications. I think, okay, computer tells us to take on d6. I think the line is kind of knight c3.
c3.
C3 is the other thing, but knight c3 was knight d5 ideas. I think that was also a theoretical path. But black played something very solid, which was to take on e1 and to go knight e8. And I think that is nowadays kind of a consensus play that is the most solid option ever. c3, d5, bishop d3. White still tries to claim a tiny bit of an advantage, kind of better development, so on and so forth. But g6, very clever move. So that would be naive to go knight d6, because after bishop d6 you would have to take with the pawn, and then yeah, it's not desirable. You probably, like, even these positions, it's so hard to prove.
After queen d6, check and check on h7.
Yeah. So queen d6, queen e8, queen f8, bishop h7 wins for white. Yeah, so knight d6 would be naive. So, but black kind of plays in the same way. So he goes g6, knight d2, knight to g7 instead of d6, but this knight does the same job, pretty much supporting bishop f5 move.
Like in Carlsbad systems.
Yeah. There is
idea.
exactly, there is like very similar way of solving the problem of a light square bishop, as they call in Carlsbad variation. Right, so knight g7, queen e2, c7, c6. I don't see much happening in this game, especially if as they play this line very fast. So that probably means white is kind of, I'm not saying inclined to make a draw, but just like to play a long line that he prepared, test black's theoretical knowledge, and if black knows everything, we will have an equal position on the board. Who is not testing opponent's theoretical knowledge is Vladislav Artemiev, who, after c4, e5, English opening, instead of going for what's like knight c3 is one main move, g3 not allowing or trying not to allow bishop b4 systems is the other, Vladislav just plays d2, d3. And that usually means I'm saying I don't care about opening all that much. I just want to play reverse Sicilian with extra tempo and see the better player wins. Yeah, which is a legit approach, and Vladislav himself used this kind of, well, maybe not exactly this opening, but this kind of setups. I remember him playing like all this Retish English opening setups, double fianchettos sometimes, and just like opting for a long game, opting to kind of resolve the game in the middle game, late middle game, sometimes even endgame. Yeah, so d3, knight to c6.
Maybe to play b4, b5 after the development.
Yeah, that is, that is kind of a long-term plan if white doesn't really, if black doesn't really disturb white. But the main point, from what I understand, is that all these systems with bishop b4 reversed Rossolimo Sicilian. In a way, you will always have bishop d2 reply if you wanted to. So black goes g6, indicating no bishop b4 intentions. And then I imagine
g3, bishop g7, bishop g2,
g3, bishop g7, bishop g2, d6. So that is, a transposition of a transposition, because you can look at this position as like English opening, or it could be reverse Sicilian closed variation with colors reversed. Sicilian closed variation with colors reversed. So, and yes, you're right. Rook b1 and relatively quickly expanding with b4, b5 is one of the good plans, I believe, in here.
And the question there is, the knight on g1 is better on e2 or f3?
Yeah, and I don't have the answer to this. I think like both possible. The classical kind of English opening would be with the knight on f3. But then something that I've never really understood, like, because you can play this way, castles, and then after rook b1, I think rook e8 is one of the moves intending to play e4 earlier. Yeah, or like with this particular move order, you can go f5 knight f6, which is more aggressive, but at the same time it's not clear if you really get something serious going on the king side.
Rook b1 before is
they still
their only option.
You still have to watch out for that, right? So rook b1, you would not be able to play b4 quickly. I remember someone done to me this. Rook b1, let's say castles, b4, and I thought, I'm not reacting, I will checkmate you. And people done something like that. Knight to e1, g5, say a4,
and who is
knight g6, and
faster?
Strangely, yeah, it's not so easy for black, because you get this initiative, but still you are far away from checkmating, and the knight from e1 goes to c2, goes to b4.
And e6 is a threat.
Yeah, a6 is always a threat, so you'd have to play like rook b8
or
and then
a6 to stop the. Maybe not here, but maybe
Yeah,
earlier,
earlier you could have gone a6. That's true. Yeah, but I mean, if you get this position, then they go knight c2. They want to go knight b4, still a6. It's very irritating. It's very irritating for black. Okay, and what did he do? Did he play a move or not yet? D6. Yeah, and Artemiev's to move. Yeah, after d6, Artemiev's to move. So there is a system with knight f3, and there is a system with e3,
e3 knight e2 also. Yeah.
I guess there is nothing
E4.
wrong with e4 knight e2 castles, right? There is also
F4 maybe.
nothing wrong.
Another
Yeah.
plan is to
Castles, h3, f4, this type of thing. But I feel like this one's not very, how do I say, not very sophisticated. It's like when you play it with the colors reversed and you are happy with equal position, somehow with black, if you do it c5, d6, e5, knight e7, it works better. With white, I feel like you probably prefer to go for this business. Yeah, rook b1, b4. Okay, moving on. Sam Savian against Ray Robson. And two Americans, and reportedly they've played tons of games with different time controls against each other. So now
one chess school also, is it?
Yeah, I guess. But yeah. So basically, Ray in this tournament he already has lost one, won two. So I mean he has like roller coaster tournaments. Sam somehow said there is something heavy to his play. So he made all draws, and he was on a defensive, almost like escaping for a draw in a couple of moves. He was a pawn down.
Yesterday he was okay, but
yeah, day before he was a pawn down. Then the first round against Nihal Sarin he was completely lost, if you remember. Yeah, so that's tricky. So we have once again an English opening. This time knight c3, knight f6, a kind of fair English opening.
not
e3,
E3.
not d3, not g3, but e3. And again, the point of e3 is strangely like people quite stuck to this, what do you call it, Rossolimo Sicilian with colors reversed. Like this is nowadays the main line against English opening to all the various systems with bishop b4. But I guess if I had to describe that, the point is after e3, d5, cd5, knight d5, you can play various lines of, again, it's Sicilian with colors reversed, right? You can play various lines, and it's very flexible. It's not like white is immediately better, but black
maybe
will
the
have some.
point is the white has d4 here
In one move.
instead of black side, and then you play this position with black. Maybe you have no option to play d4, d5, and here it's
I mean like
knight f3, bishop b5, and then d4.
If you have an extra tempo
an extra
in this
tempo
this kind of
works.
Sicilians, it's always nice. Yeah. It's always nice to have an extra tempo. So anyway, bishop b4, knight to e2, keeping the integrity of the pawn structure. Black castled, and white went a3. To a3. So now let me see if there is more moves played. Yeah, okay, quite a few. a3, bishop back to e7.
d4.
d4, ed4, and queen takes d4. There is again, breaking some opening principles, right? Like developing the queen early in the game. But the point is, after knight d4, black would have been able to go d5 and apparently equalize on a spot. Here, after queen d4, if you were to go knight c6, I imagine white goes back to d1. After, you still don't have d5. If you were to play knight e5, I guess knight g3 or knight f4, you stop d5 forever, and white potentially has some sort of that development in mind.
It looks like
Budapest Gambit.
It does. It's a pawn structure.
Does give you this feeling of Budapest Gambit pawn structure, indeed. So queen d4 and any
e5. a5. a5 was played.
a5, knight to g3.
And d6.
And black played d6. I guess a4 is desirable from structural standpoint to kind of, one pawn that holds two pawns together, but I don't know, probably black doesn't want to waste that much time, and maybe the pawn would be the weakness later on. So instead, black just plays d6. This feels like being a bit more pleasant for white, if not more than a bit more pleasant. And again, without much effort, you just put the bishop on e2, you castle, b3, bishop b2. It looks very nice, controlling the center.
You can show d5, d4, e5 from the first move. How this position.
You mean
Yeah.
we can get it?
Get it. Yeah.
How is it?
d4, e5. Yeah, e5.
Budapest or no? But the Budapest would be this or
e5. Yeah.
d5, knight g4, and
knight f3.
Let's say knight f3, bishop c5, e3, knight c6, knight f3, knight takes, knight takes, knight takes.
Bishop e2.
Bishop e2.
d6.
Castles. Let's say d6, b3.
b3 or e3.
Bishop b2.
If e3.
a3.
a3, a5.
a3, a5, b3. Yeah,
b3.
so it's a very, very similar structure. Yeah, we can have very similar structure, but bishop goes to b2. But in our game, interestingly,
the knight's still alive.
There is one more pair of knights, but also the bishop is only 7, right? Yeah. So it looks like, if anyone, it's white who is benefiting from that, right? Yeah. Because the bishop is relatively passive on e7, and if you wanted to say go knight d7, bishop f6, then white would have knight d5. So you can still get this bishop on long diagonal. I imagine you get rook e8. White to play. Yeah, bishop e2, rook e8, bishop f8, g6. Not
so
g5. Yeah.
Comparing with Budapest, maybe it's better for white.
Yeah, it's in comparison, it's a better version. It's a better version of previous line. And interestingly, okay. So, Savian is on 1 hour 20 minutes. Ray Robson down to 1 hour. So already some build-up of a time advantage, right? We've seen Ray Robson kind of having difficulties with the time trouble. That is how he ended up losing against Donchenko. Relatively simple endgame where he simply didn't leave him enough time. This position, let's say, if you eventually get in a time trouble, it's not that easy to play for black.
And what is the plan for black? How to develop
I'm not sure in this position. Like, I was thinking, probably not to c6. Knight c6 is very tempting, right? Okay, again, I have to make a move with white. Knight 6 is very tempting, is a move with the tempo, attack the queen, and I imagine the queen goes all the way back to d1, so that when I play b3, it's defended. I don't know if I do this. Can white stop d6, d5? Or should he stop d6, d5? Maybe it's not a big issue. If I castle and it's d5, cd5, knight d5? I don't know, looks fine for black, but even here computer claims that white is slightly more pleasant. I guess because of the knight on c6. But if I would be playing this, I would try to stop black from playing d5, maybe putting the knight on d5 myself. So here, instead of castling,
knight d5.
Maybe to try to go knight
maybe
d5.
a4?
A4 is a thing. Yes, a4 is a thing, and then, my structure is not as great.
Knight a5.
A4, and you have options of knight a5, knight b3. You have to be careful not to drop this pawn, but if you get the knight on b3, or sometimes it would be knight d7, knight c5, and again controlling b3. So that brings me to the idea that maybe even bishop e2 is not the most precise. Maybe I have to be clever and play queen d1 at once. That's one other option.
But after, for example,
bishop e6, you still want d5. Yeah, fair.
How can you?
Maybe I cannot. Maybe I cannot stop d5.
Yeah.
Well, e4 is the big question as well.
Yeah, but if e4.
sort of a King's Indian type of structure. You know, King's Indian where
Yeah.
black captures on d4.
D4, but strange knight on G3.
It's weird. It's strange, but also like maybe it's not necessarily strange. Does not necessarily means bad knight on G3, right? Black also has a bishop on E7 in comparison to King's Indian, where the bishop would be on a long diagonal. So it's even this could be playable. Okay, so now it's D6.
Duda
And
Pragnanda was played in 2022.
I see knight F4 was more popular than knight G3,
Prague
right?
is one of creators here.
Prague played it already a couple of times.
Yeah.
Okay. So this is it, I
Different
guess.
results.
This is it, I guess. And then again, so we made full circle. We can once again check Shan Sirksian with Gumulaj on board 5. Shimon Gumulaj, I think. And that's my argument would be this is the most kind of original position, the most interesting position straight from the opening. So
no games found.
after knight h5, bishop e5 played. And let me see if we have more moves for you. No.
Provoking f6 after bishop e5.
Black has spent quite a lot of time here.
And let me check what is the novelty. Maybe knight h5.
Knight h5 is a novelty, yeah.
Yeah, but only
Knight
8
h5.
move and something new.
I have a question. What happens if I'm taking this guy?
But even after e3, it was Shakji from Makun, Shakji from.
So you mean like very, very rare
line, yeah. After
yes,
rook
of course.
b8, it was
of course. So, tell me. So Shakjiv
is very young.
the Russian
youngest
talent, I know.
He's the youngest international master.
Yeah. Hang on. After, how was it? E3. He went E3 first.
E3.
Something that I don't like is the A6 move, to be honest. Maybe it's needed, I don't know, but knight h5, one move earlier seems to be like very playable.
So you are not afraid of bishop b5, yeah?
Bishop b5, and let's say I play it in a very primitive way. Just take, go bishop e7, but then, because knight e5, I'm not sure if you can afford, so you probably take. White takes, the black castles, bishop takes, pawn takes, queen, c3. And we would get some funny positions where black has a pair of bishops, but it's not of a great value. It's very hard to, probably impossible to go e5.
Very close position, and knight maybe better here with the square on e5.
Or a5.
E5.
Yeah, a5 square is where you want your knight to be. So that explains a6 to prevent bishop b5, and after knight c3, knight h5, bishop e5, black is thinking. So I just wanted again to point out that knight takes, pawn takes is very annoying for black.
Knight on h5.
Knight on h5 is bad, and moreover, after bishop takes pawn, there is an immediate g4.
There is queen a4 check.
There is an immediate g4. If you were to take on g4, then it's a check, and white wins a piece.
And white shows how queen is strong.
It's interesting that this one could be... I mean, probably white is better because it's an extra piece, but sometimes it could actually be not so clear. Castles. Yeah, like potentially I want to take this guy, go queen g5, win on e5, and then it's 3 pawns and, you know, like nice pawn structure. So I see computer, of course, tells me that is +1 or something. But all I'm saying, if I wanted to complicate matters, maybe I would go for this. Or even like take immediately and go queen g5.
Queen g5.
Maybe even like take immediately, go queen g5.
Because after castle, we have rook g1 maybe. And we stop here.
Yeah, rook g1 to stop queen g5. Yeah, fair. Okay, I don't think black has to do it. It's probably just should go look for another move instead of knight takes e5. But even if you go f6, bishop g3, it's not yet clear how to continue with black. Yeah, it's very hard to play e5.
Yeah, this knight on h5 to take on g3 or g5, maybe g5,
Knight
knight
g7,
g7,
h5.
and h5. Yeah.
I'm not sure. It feels like human play here. I would say maybe not to take immediately, to wait for white to disturb you first. Like say go bishop e7, and if they come up with something, then we take. But it
After h3 for
yeah, after h3 we are
immediately
happily taking.
yeah.
The thing is, they have knight h4 themselves, hitting this bishop. If I go bishop g6, knight takes, pawn takes.
But
I
now,
guess it's fine. Now I don't even have to take it.
okay,
I don't even have
bishop
to take.
g6 with the check.
Yeah, but you can play f5, and all of a sudden you play like some really good version of the Dutch defense, Stonewall Dutch. Yeah.
Without a light square.
Without the stupid bishop on c.
C, yeah.
Right. Okay. Okie dokie. So black is thinking here. Then again, could go back to Nihal Sarin. Wait a second. After bishop e5, sorry, I've just gotten an update. Black went bishop e7. White played h3, and black went back to f6.
Oh.
This feels like he has lost some time. Feels like he has lost some time. So he made two moves with the knight. White played one move with the bishop, and might actually make, like now, if I wanted to, I can make a second move with the bishop. The bishop's very safe on a2. And the structure in general is good for white.
It's
right?
good London system, I think, for white.
Yeah.
Because no e5, b6 is also.
Yeah, I'm actually not sure why b6 is. Because of queen a4.
b5.
b5 and
Queen a6.
I can even take here and go queen a5, and after that king d1, knight a1, bishop takes c7, white is winning. You just like take b8, I imagine, take b5. You have 3 pawns for a piece, right? King
and the
d8.
knight on a1 is.
And you're hoping to trap this knight. Yeah, like I'm not sure knight e1 is
knight
not
e2.
it.
King e2.
This one's good, right? Knight e5 first.
Attacking f7, yeah.
Yeah. Attacking f7, threatening knight c6
knight
as well.
c6.
Yeah, so probably this is winning, because after rook f8 you have this tactic. You go king d2, hit the knight, and after knight c2 you go knight c6. And if king c7, obviously we take this guy. If this, we have knight b4 discovered, check, and we win the knight on c2.
I thought about a3 just.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's one of the lines. It's like white's
forcing,
position.
yeah.
White's position is overwhelming. In fact, you don't need any knight c6 and so on. You can just like go g4 and win as well. Okay, it's a very, very long line, which I just thought we need to explain what happens if black is trying b6. So black at the very least has to castle first, and then white somehow needs to prepare for b6, I think.
After
Maybe you
castle?
even spend one more move, like going queen a4 or something to stop b6 for now. Because if you play bishop e2, I think now b6 is actually possible. Now b6 is actually possible. And
b6
who knows?
is maybe the main idea.
Yeah, as long as we cannot play e5.
e5.
You have two ideas in terms of pawn moves. e5 or b6. Yeah, e5 is not possible. That's why like one has to watch out for b6 all the time.
And queen on b3 is maybe.
It's done its job. It's done its job. It forced rook b8. It forced, like at first place, it forced black to put the knight on c6 where it's arguably misplaced. But now, yeah, now you have to find another square for the queen, maybe queen a4. So basically here, say queen a4, queen d7, some
b4.
Yeah, b4 is b4 a move. Yeah.
b4 is
allows knight e4. allows 94, and then somehow I'm not like holding stuff together. 95 even. Knight takes, bishop takes,
And what is the endgame?
takes on a4, c7 hanging.
Rook
No, no.
c8.
Rook c8. I'm tempted to say that even the endgame is better for white, like as long as black not able to go e5, because I have more space, I have more space, I have constant pressure on c7. Even the endgame is more pleasant. Okay, anyway, that is, yeah, interesting position, but maybe not the most, not the most important game in terms of tournament standing. So let's go back to the games of the leaders. I'm switching to board one, to Nihal Sarin, and see how their game developed.
Very slowly, I think.
Wait.
Only 8 moves.
What happened? Knight d7, white took on f6. Wow. Took on f6 and went knight.
bd2.
That is very surprising. That is very surprising. I mean, what's surprising is the fact that white's taking on f6 without being asked to take on f6. And knight d2 is like one possible setup. You can have it on c3, you can have it on d2. I guess your concern is that after knight d2, black can play c5.
And after take, we can...
If bishop f6, we can take with the queen. This one's defended.
Yeah, that's why...
Knight e4 and queen f5. Hit this, defend this.
Oh, everything is protected.
Yeah, so he takes on f6. Now it would be silly to take with the queen because
the
c7.
Hanging.
Right. You could go gf6 nonetheless, but that is, I guess, something white is happy with. And after knight f6, white goes knight d2, and at least for now, c5 drops the pawn. Yeah.
Okay, and if b5, bishop b7, rook c8, standard...
Yeah, this is a very good question, because still we did not develop the bishop. It's not yet a Catalan, right?
e3 maybe. If e3, rook c8.
Rook c8. I don't feel I can stop c5.
a4 maybe.
a4 and even b4. Wait. I just blundered a funny tactic. Yeah, bishop a6, queen c6, of course. Not to overlook.
Okay, and
c5. Yeah, I guess
a
c5.
takes b5.
A, b, c, d.
Queen a4. Maybe it's interesting for white.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's it's pretty sharp, and white is trying to make a point that I will not be developing the bishop on a long diagonal. Maybe it goes to b5 or something. Yep. But for now, we only have knight b to d2, and Nihal Sarin spent a lot of time reaching this position. By the way, quick update. Hakobian Aravind has ended officially. Has ended in a draw. Knight g7.
It's not surprise after the opening.
Bishop e5. Knight. No, I'm lying to you. It wasn't like that. It was c6, rook e1 first. Bishop f5. Bishop f5. Knight f5.
Bishop f5.
Then bishop e5, knight g7. No, it was knight f3 first. Knight f3 first, knight g7, bishop e5, knight e6, bishop e6, off a draw. I think all the way up to this point, which is move 21, if we check in the database, we will find some games exactly like that.
You know, Aram played a couple of very long games. That's why maybe he just wanted to make some...
Yeah, his last few games were very intense. So he was winning, but failed to win against Shan Sargsyan. Remember the very, very long game. Then he won against Gumulaj. Then yesterday, he was lost at some point against Donchenko. It was this crazy game. At the end, it was unclear who's playing for a win.
He sacrificed the exchange. Then
it was very, very hard game to navigate. So it's understandable. Maybe he wants a bit of rest. Okay, so I'm switching to board 3. Artemiev and Donchenko. this English opening thing. So after bishop g2, d6, white went rook b1.
And a5.
a5.
To stop before.
e4.
e4.
Bishop e6. Knight g2, e2, and h5. Interesting.
a5, h5. What do you mean about this?
I'm not sure about the inclusion of rook b1, a5, because if you wanted to, you could play, sorry, d6. Yeah, you could play this system without rook b1, a5. So I'm not sure who benefits more from white having the rook on b1, black having the pawn on a5. So this.
Maybe both sides are happy.
Maybe both sides are happy. Yeah, knight e2, h5. Now white really has to decide what to do. From what I understand, the argument is if you go h4 here, black says I can go knight f6, knight g4, and your knight is already on e2 kind of. So
and f3, it is
yeah, f3 is usually kind of ugly. Yeah, h4, f3. Or you can go h3, stop. Okay, you don't stop anything, but I mean, be ready to go g4 if black goes h4. Right.
h4, g4.
And it's, for now, the bishop looks very funny on g2, but black
maybe
cannot really stop. Cannot
f4.
really stop f4, right? I don't know how good g5 is.
f5 pole, f5 square is
similar to f4 square.
f4 square.
It's weird because I can see a computer being very unhappy with g5 and saying castles, and maybe you just play this, right, and then d4 eventually, and so on, and you're saying, okay, at least I'm very safe. On a king side, again, it's a little bit hard for black to develop, so you'll have to play a move like f6 or so to develop the g8 knight. Maybe that's the point. Maybe that's the point. So h3 makes kind of some sense. And there is also, I guess it's not relevant in this position, but sometimes black would put the queen on d7 and try to stop the castle, right? And then that's a little bit tricky because white.
Maybe bishop e3?
Yeah, you can go bishop e3, queen d2, but ultimately you need to do something with the king in the center. One way, I'm not sure if it's a relevant way, but one way, funny way of doing it would be to get to h2 with the king, defend the pawn, then move the rook. But I don't think, I don't think you do it. I guess you look for a right moment to play f4. Maybe you go knight d5, and then at some point you go f4. I want to say that is like very, very good for kind of Artemiev's playing style. Some position which is like fundamental, it's not very tactical, like I have a punch, you have a punch. It's more about understanding and like trying to get favorable structure.
Very flexible.
Very flexible structure indeed. Something to be a bit worried is the fact that Artemiev's somewhat down on time.
h4,
knight h6. So black goes knight h6.
Maybe f5?
Yes, he intends f5 himself.
Or f6, knight f7 maybe?
Yeah, I think the knight just stands us here, and maybe you don't go knight g4, but you wait for white to play f4, and this is where your knight gets a very nice square on g4. Okay, this is it.
And if bishop g5 to provoke you to play f6?
I think I'm easily provoked to play f6, bishop
e3,
e3, knight g4, bishop d2, and I don't even know what I'm doing here. This
f3,
f3, I go back.
And castle.
Black also has like a lot of useful moves. King h7 is probably not bad.
And
I'm saying I can probably just wait, right? This
then
bishop g4 or even knight g4, because f5 only looks scary. I can go here.
Really, it looks scary for me.
I thought I can go here, and like, yeah, maybe I shouldn't allow f5. Maybe I should go bishop g4.
Yeah.
It's like if, let's say, if you'd ask me what side I would play this position, I would prefer not to play it. Like it's too tricky for me. Like when f3 is good or f6 is good, and when it's not, I guess after bishop g5, you actually don't have to go f6. But
Queen
this
d7?
is annoying, right?
Yeah,
This is annoying. Yeah, so probably you do have to go f6. Bishop e3.
Maybe instead of bishop e3, bishop d2.
Yeah, you can go bishop d2 immediately. I guess same thing, like castles, castles, king h7.
Knight d5.
And then you go f5 maybe.
I'm happy. Bishop g4, g5.
Bishop g5, queen d7, yeah. But maybe I covered this one with knight f7. Maybe that is, maybe I covered this square with knight f7. I don't know. Like we should ask Artemiev when he finishes his game. Was it ever something, or he was just like
I think he's
inventing stuff? Yeah, it's
he is always ready to play such position.
some positional chess, indeed. Okay, and finally, Sevian with Robson. Do we have any updates here? Knight g3, d6, e4 immediately.
e4, yeah. He's ready
to transpose. Remember, I was suggesting, transpose to
kind of King's Indian structure.
King's Indian setup. Yes, so e4, knight to a6, bishop e2, rook to e8, queen to d1.
Yeah.
And this is it. Yeah, queen to d1.
Okay, bishop f8, g6, bishop g7, and we are in well-known position.
Now I just realized my original idea was to go b3 and bishop b2, but now I just realized that it's probably not great because I will be the one pinned on this diagonal. Like, I mean, here I actually run into some problems, I have to say. Knight c5
and h5, h4.
This h5, h4 thing. Yeah, so I should be much more careful. I should defend this one, like f3 or maybe queen c2 to start with. Bishop g7.
Rook d1, no?
Ideally, I want to go this rook to d1. I don't know how to do it. Yeah, so
g5,
bishop g5, if h6, just like go here. Knight g4, go d2 or takes f3. Bishop goes b3, rook d1, bishop d4. Again, it's a plan. I'm not saying like not saying that white will manage everything, but looks promising. Like in comparison, there are some positions that it's clear white doesn't have a slightest advantage, and here at least white might have something.
Maybe black could also play a bit faster. Knight c5, a4.
Knight c5, castles a4, right?
Yeah. Maybe
If I go
it is
here,
and knight f d7 to protect the knight on.
Technically, you can go here, but then a4 is hanging. Yeah.
Bishop d7 maybe to protect it. But
or maybe you could go, like so. What I didn't like about knight fd7 that you're somewhat stuck, and also white gets time to play queen c2. So now, if you go knight b3, I will not go rook b1. I will go rook d1, right? So maybe.
But my idea to play bishop f6, g6, and again I'm in my favorite opening.
Yeah, but is it a good position though? I understand like sentimental attachment to King's Indian because I'm the same. Like whenever something happens, I want to build my King's Indian kind of setup. But is it fundamentally a good position here? And even even f4 threatening e5.
I'm probably with my queen, yeah?
Could be scary, yeah. Okay, we'll see. So my guess would be if black has the way to equalize, it should be like c6, d5 quickly, somehow. I don't know. I don't have the recipe, but I feel that the idea is maybe c6, knight c7, d5, but how do you stop white from having e4, e5? unclear.
Okay.
Black needs to think about it, and that is what Ray Robson does. He's falling behind on a clock, like some 25 minutes.
And
25.
maybe we can update the video.
Ah, the video once again. I do not have such powers, so we can, whenever we get our first break, maybe we can ask our staff to update their camera, because indeed, well spotted. It's the camera's frozen for the players. On board 5, Shan Sargsyan is seated at the board. The most interesting position, the most interesting game, as we thought. So knight to f6, bishop
Bishop is
h2, black went knight d7, preparing, I guess,
E5.
preparing e5, a3, black went h5,
And queen d1.
and white goes queen d1 to be ready to go b4 if
b4.
b6 is played. Okay, it's hard to tell. Again, I'm very tempted to say I like white's position, and if, let's say, before bishop d3, if you let me play slow, kind of, if you let me have all the ideas I want to have, then white should be better. And that means black probably has to try for something aggressive. I don't know if e5 ever works,
b6.
or if you have the time for b6. I think the problem is b6, again, there's some queen a4 move, but like the very straightforward b4. Like I was planning to go b4 and I just go b4. And I think a5, b5 is probably in white's favor. If you take here, white just takes back. You do have the file, but this is it, and maybe
After
even a6 is
or
here.
after bishop d3, white at some moment played rook b1 and
Yeah, maybe white will
who
end up
is in
having this
favor
file. Yeah. So after queen d1, indeed, like is a lot of stuff to think about for Shimon Gumulash. But
maybe rook g8, g5, g4.
yeah, but
Crazy attack.
I was puzzled that we could see Shan Sargsyan sitting, and then I realized, wait, but that means he's thinking he's to move, and black did play g5.
g5 immediately without
Black
any...
did play g5 in order to go g4, disturb white's normal development. What I can do is bishop d3. And the big question is if g4 bishop takes,
d5 is hanging.
can you take this guy? And that is your explanation. I guess this would also be better for white, but I've already seen what computer tells me, and I cannot unsee it back. Queen f3, ef5, knight d5, c7, rook c8, queen f5. It's 1, 2, 3 pawns.
3 pawns.
And somehow very clumsy position of all the pieces. Somehow black cannot really come out of the corners. No surprise, white's position is much better.
Yeah.
So that means after bishop d3, g4 is out of question. You have to take, queen takes, and I don't know, now g4, white just doesn't react, I guess, goes knight d2.
Okay, rook g... no, maybe...
Because it's not easy to say what exactly are we attacking with
maybe
black.
f5 to prevent e4?
f5, yeah, but again, how solid is it? Maybe, yeah, knight d5, I don't think I have. But maybe. I have a wrong knight. I need the knight on d5. Yeah, knight on d2 is not doing much. Yeah.
Maybe it's
f5 may. I still have a feeling like it should somehow fall apart. This f5, but I don't see how. I don't see how.
Maybe a long castle and some f3, e4.
f3, e4 is something I want to do, but f3 immediately allows some...
Check?
A check. Maybe I can go g3.
But your bishop...
The bishop is funny, yes. The bishop is funny, but I am winning a pawn.
Okay, maybe.
I guess you take. check, you go king e7 and you go queen g8, right? And you say, Mr. Miro, your bishop is not great. And I would accept
And all
the
the pawns
criticism
in the dark
on the
squares.
dark squares. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, that is a cool development of this game after g5. Yeah, indeed.
Nice attempt to attack.
Nice attempt to solve all the issues at once. Bishop d3 was my move. I don't think Shantzakyan played bishop d3. Yeah. All right, and I think this will be it for the first opening hour of this round 7. Reminder: we had a very quick draw on board 2, Hakobian Aravind. Boards 1, 3, 4, and this one, board 5, are in progress. Some positions are very entertaining, some less so, but still, kind of the games are going. And we will be with you after some 10 minutes break.
Hello everyone, I'm RP and I'm here today to discuss a revolutionary solution for chess education in schools. For over a decade, Armenia has witnessed the transformative power of chess as a mandatory subject. It fosters critical thinking, problem solving, and concentration in our students, skills that benefit them throughout their whole lives. The challenge lies in replicating this success globally. Well, what's the key ingredient? Well-trained chess teachers. Having been deeply involved in teacher preparation program in Armenia and abroad, I have seen the struggle firsthand. We often have passionate chess players who lack teaching skills or educators who struggle with the game itself. This inconsistency hinders the quality of chess education students receive. Imagine the potential if this challenge could be overcome. Well, a staggering 70% of schools worldwide grapple with the same issue. That's why we are pioneering a groundbreaking solution, an AI-powered chess teacher training program. This isn't just another course, it's a personalized learning experience designed to unlock your educator's full potential. Leveraging the success story of Armenia's chess education system, our program incorporates insights from psychologists, sociologists, chess masters, and of course experienced teachers. But here what truly sets us apart: cutting-edge, AI-tailored, the curriculum to each participant's strength. We go beyond traditional chess instruction, engaging teaching methods like storytelling, case studies, heuristic conversation, and even gamification make learning interactive and memorable. Our curriculum dives deep into the latest pedagogical strategies for chess education, equipping educators with the tools to effectively manage classroom and ignite passion for chess in their students. Imagine the positive impact on countless students. Well, with our AI-powered teacher training program, you can revolutionize chess education in your state, country, or district. Well, if you're interested in empowering education and igniting the loves of chess in your schools, please fill out the brief form sent through the chat. We would be thrilled to discuss how our program can transform your chess education initiatives. Thank you. Hello everyone, I'm RP and I'm here today to discuss a revolutionary solution for chess education in schools. For over a decade, Armenia has witnessed the transformative power of chess as a mandatory subject. It fosters critical thinking, problem solving, and concentration in our students, skills that benefit them throughout their whole lives. The challenge lies in replicating this success globally. Well, what's the key ingredient? Well-trained chess teachers. Having been deeply involved in teacher preparation program in Armenia and abroad, I have seen the struggle firsthand. We often have passionate chess players who lack teaching skills or educators who struggle with the game itself. This inconsistency hinders the quality of chess education students receive. Imagine the potential if this challenge could be overcome. Well, a staggering 70% of schools worldwide grapple with the same issue. That's why we are pioneering a groundbreaking solution, an AI-powered chess teacher training program. This isn't just another course, it's a personalized learning experience designed to unlock your educator's full potential. Leveraging the success story of Armenia's chess education system, our program incorporates insights from psychologists, sociologists, chess masters, and of course, experienced teachers. But here, what truly sets us apart: cutting edge, AI tailored, the curriculum to each participant's strength. We go beyond traditional chess instruction, engaging teaching methods like storytelling, case studies, heuristic conversation, and even gamification make learning interactive and memorable. Our curriculum dives deep into the latest pedagogical strategies for chess education, equipping educators with the tools to effectively manage classroom and ignite passion for chess in their students. Imagine the positive impact on countless students. Well, with our AI-powered teacher training program, you can revolutionize chess education in your state, country, or district. Well, if you're interested in empowering education and ignite a love of chess in your schools, please fill out the brief form sent through the chat. We would be thrilled to discuss how our program can transform your chess education initiatives. Thank you. Hello everyone, I'm RP and I'm here today to discuss a revolutionary solution for chess education in schools. For over a decade, Armenia has witnessed the transformative power of chess as a mandatory subject. It fosters critical thinking, problem solving, and concentration in our students, skills that benefit them throughout their whole lives. The challenge lies in replicating this success globally. Well, what's the key ingredient? Well-trained chess teachers. Having been deeply involved in teacher preparation program in Armenia and abroad, I have seen the struggle firsthand. We often have passionate chess players who lack teaching skills or educators who struggle with the game itself. This inconsistency hinders the quality of chess education students receive. Imagine the potential if this challenge could be overcome. Well, a staggering 70% of schools worldwide grapple with the same issue. That's why we are pioneering a groundbreaking solution, an AI-powered chess teacher training program. This isn't just another course, it's a personalized learning experience designed to unlock your educator's full potential. Leveraging the success story of Armenia's chess education system, our program incorporates insights from psychologists, sociologists, chess masters, and of course, experienced teachers. But here, what truly sets us apart: cutting edge, AI tailored, the curriculum to each participant's strength. We go beyond traditional chess instruction, engaging teaching methods like storytelling, case studies, heuristic conversation, and even gamification make learning interactive and memorable. Our curriculum dives deep into the latest pedagogical strategies for chess education, equipping educators with the tools to effectively manage classroom and ignite passion for chess in their students. Imagine the positive impact on countless students. Well, with our AI-powered teacher training program, you can revolutionize chess education in your state, country, or district. Well, if you're interested in empowering education and ignite a love of chess in your schools, please fill out the brief form sent through the chat. We would be thrilled to discuss how our program can transform your chess education initiatives. Thank you. Hello everyone, I'm RP and I'm here today to discuss a revolutionary solution for chess education in schools. For over a decade, Armenia has witnessed the transformative power of chess as a mandatory subject. It fosters critical thinking, problem solving, and concentration in our students, skills that benefit them throughout their whole lives. the challenge students receive. Imagine the potential if this challenge could be overcome. Well, a staggering 70% of schools worldwide grapple with the same issue. That's why we are pioneering a groundbreaking solution, an AI-powered chess teacher training program. This isn't just another course, pedagogical strategies for chess education, equipping educators with the tools to effectively manage classroom and ignite passion for chess in their students. Imagine the positive impact on countless students. Well, with our AI-powered program can transform your chess education initiatives. Thank you. Hello everyone, I'm RP and I'm here today to discuss a revolutionary solution for chess education in schools. For over a decade, Armenia has witnessed the transformative power of chess as a mandatory subject. It fosters critical thinking, problem solving, and concentration in our students, skills that benefit them throughout their whole lives. The challenge lies in replicating this success globally. Well, what's the key ingredient? Well-trained chess teachers. Having been deeply involved in teacher preparation program in Armenia and abroad, I have seen the struggle firsthand. We often have passionate chess players who lack teaching skills or educators who struggle with the game itself. This inconsistency hinders the quality of chess education students receive. Imagine the potential if this challenge could be overcome. Well, a staggering 70% of schools worldwide grapple with the same issue. That's why we are pioneering a groundbreaking solution, an AI-powered chess teacher training program. This isn't just another course, it's a personalized learning experience designed to unlock your educator's full potential. Leveraging the success story of Armenia's chess education system, our program incorporates insights from psychologists, sociologists, chess masters, and of course experienced teachers. But here what truly sets us apart: cutting-edge, AI-tailored, the curriculum to each participant's strength. We go beyond traditional chess instruction, engaging teaching methods like storytelling, case studies, heuristic conversation, and even gamification make learning interactive and memorable. Our curriculum dives deep into the latest pedagogical strategies for chess education, equipping educators with the tools today to discuss a revolutionary solution for chess education in schools. For over a decade, Armenia has witnessed the transformative power of chess as a mandatory subject. It fosters critical thinking, problem solving, and concentration in our students, skills that benefit them throughout their whole lives. The challenge lies in replicating this success globally. Well, what's the key ingredient? Well-trained chess teachers. Having been deeply involved in teacher preparation program in Armenia and abroad, I have seen the struggle firsthand. We often have passionate chess players who lack teaching skills or educators who struggle with the powered chess teacher training program. This isn't just another course, it's a personalized learning experience designed to unlock your educator's full potential. Leveraging the success story of Armenia's chess education system, our program incorporates insights from psychologists, sociologists, chess masters, and of course experienced teachers. But here what truly sets us apart: cutting-edge, AI-tailored, the curriculum to each participant's strength. We go beyond traditional chess instruction, engaging teaching methods like storytelling, case studies, heuristic conversation, and even gamification make learning interactive and memorable. Our curriculum dives deep into the latest pedagogical strategies for chess education, equipping educators with the tools to effectively manage classroom and ignite passion for chess in their students. Imagine the positive impact on countless students. Well, with our AI-powered teacher training program, you can revolutionize chess education in your state, country, or district. Well, if you're interested in empowering and igniting the loves of chess in your schools, please fill out the brief form sent through the chat. We would be thrilled to discuss how our program can transform your chess education initiatives. Thank you. Hello, everyone.
Okay, and we are back. Sorry, somewhat unexpectedly, we are back on air. Round 7 is on the way. We had one very quick draw. Jacobian and Aravind making a draw faster than in an hour.
And 4 games are...
4 games are in progress. We are starting off with Vladislav Artemiev and his game against Alexander Donchenko. Something to note, Artemiev is pretty low on time.
But it's okay for him.
For what I've seen, it's not something unusual. 25 minutes left for Artemiev. So in this position, where we were looking at Bishop G5, if I'm not mistaken, he came up with a funny sequence. So knight to D5 first. Okay, so far nothing funny. The fine move, right? Castles, and then Artemiev went knight F6.
Oh.
Which looks like a blunder, but a queen takes. There is Bishop G5, and White is trapping a queen.
No moves for queen, but
like, not much you can do.
Yeah. Okay.
Not much you can do. Yeah, and but you don't have to take. So Bishop F6 is what happened in the game. In case of King H8, White. This is something I didn't even consider. Like I'm seeing computer like says castle or B3 or pretty much you're not threatening this knight anyway.
Not threatening
yeah.
To take.
So black just took.
Noisy knight on F6.
Bishop takes and bishop back to G7, where Artemiev is still thinking. I guess. In order to prove you, but I don't think you just want to exchange on G7. It doesn't make much sense to me.
Maybe
at
D4?
least.
D4.
So far the pawn is hanging, yeah. That's like if you were to play B3 and black, I don't know, played B6, then I think yes, D4 is what you want to do in terms of structural changes. But black would be first to play F5 in this case. Now already D4, I'm not sure how I feel about.
F4 is...
I mean, with white, yeah, I guess. And then... But still, if you look, white is still not castle, so it's not clear why white has to be better and not black, right? B3 is probably just too slow. So I was thinking maybe a move like queen D2 or something, so that like if you take at least my queen is here and it's not that easy to get rid of. But yeah, but there is knight B4.
Castles F4, 5, maybe some attacking stuff.
Like this, knight takes and
F4,
F4, and if you take, it's F5. Well, actually, there is a threat. So I guess queen F6, and maybe we still don't have enough.
Maybe comp is.
Computer of course is laughing at us, but I understand this kind of lines have to be calculated. Or you just drop the bishop back, and in case of F5, you take. That is also an option. Point being, like if you take with the piece, then knight c3, and white controls these squares, and I think this is usually very pleasant for white. Usually this is very pleasant, so that you have knight e4 square to g5 potentially. Right, so after ef5, gf5 kind of makes more sense. On one hand, to control these squares with the pawn, but then h5 pawn is very weak. So I'm not sure if it's, I guess knight 3 immediately. You go f4, so I have to go here.
And then maybe
and I'm not even sure, like if you go bishop f6, Could
d2.
it be? Nah, it could be that I just go f4. I'm not very happy with, like, say, if I only look at this part of the structure, your two pawns holding my three pawns, but the knight is too far away from g4, and I might be able to attack this pawn very fast.
But
Knight
maybe bishop
c3.
f7.
Yeah. Knight c3. So basically what I'm saying, I will not take on f6. I will hope that you will have to take on g5. And then, of course, black is in trouble, right? So go here, or go bishop f3.
It's interesting that position is quite quite sharp, and white is playing without castle.
But somehow, yeah, the
somehow
white king is not so weak, right? I would say, no, Vladislav simply took on g7, king g7, and then he castled. Yeah, which kind of makes sense.
And f5 maybe?
f5, he'll probably do the same. Take on f5. If bishop takes, then again some...
Knight c3 or...
Knight c3. So the difference, remember, we had bishop on g7, bishop on e3.
Yeah, I remember.
And then knight d4, the bishop would take, pawn take, and the bishop on g7 would be stupid.
So
So
mean
now,
it's better for black?
Yeah, like it's kind of a better version for black, because whenever I go knight c3, black will have knight d4. And even if I take this pawn, I'm actually not sure if I'm allowed to take this pawn, because I'm worried of moves like c6, bishop a8, and even bishop g4, or simply takes. And again, all the light squares are so weak that there is bishop g4, there is bishop h3.
With a knight on d4.
Fantastic knight on d4, yes. So that is something that I would be scared of. So here, I'm not sure. I guess I would just like go queen d2, rook e1, and maybe would try to go d4. Yeah, rook
so
e1.
d4, maybe black has e4.
Then it's say again, like not sure what black. Let's say queen d7, for instance.
Rook d1.
Rook d1.
Rook e8.
e8.
And after d4, maybe
e4. But this will be a weak pawn.
My idea was to maybe knight, bishop h3, but I don't know. Maybe it is not a good idea to trade the bishop on g2. And
yeah, but
queen f5 and some ideas with
attack. Yeah, I understand, but maybe this one's too weak for black to have like a real
if
real
I
attack.
Could play c6 d5, I think
Knight g4. This is what you want to play. Knight c6 to g4.
g4 and of course.
And then you win.
Yeah,
but it's
win.
very hard to
or even c6 d5. It is also
to defend the pawn. Yeah, but that is of course different structure. So just to have the pawn on e4 or have the pawn chain with d5 and e4. Anyway, this is where we are at after bishop g7, king g7 castles, and it's Donchenko to move. I absolutely have to show the funny computer idea, which is like computer idea, but we've seen it in, I think Rubinstein played it, and then it was from Four Knights or something.
It was in Candidates, then maybe Anish Giri played against Caruana.
This one, somehow it's possible that I don't remember the game from the Candidates, but somehow you mean the same idea
to activate the queen.
Why a7? Maybe, but I thought
Caruana played it with black.
Last Candidates.
Last Candidates, yeah.
I don't remember. Strange. Anyway, I wanted to say that there was a game of Rubinstein before all of us were born, and then there was on the other wing, queen g8, queen h7 is a rather typical maneuver in this French, right? So some Botvinnik games and so on. So you have a pawn on h6, and you would go here, and then queen would be working on this diagonal. So here queen b8 makes perfect sense because white still cannot go d4, the pawn is hanging, and after b3, black is just in time. Queen a7, and then even knight d4. Yes, and if you are just like taking on d4, queen d4, black has nothing to worry about. White's probably also not worried too much, but
had the bad bishop on g2.
So-
I think the black bishop is better than white.
Well, in theory, yeah. I guess queen e3, especially if I go queen e3, then it's stupid. I should probably go king h2 and,
And
still
f4?
try f4. Yeah. Anyway, so there is an option to go queen b8. That is, I thought was interesting. No move just yet from Alexander Donchenko. At least I don't see one. And a lot of stuff is happening on board one. Michal Sarin against Robert Hovhannisyan. Remember, we said it looks like a very, very modest opening choice from Michal Sarin when he just took on f6, went knight d2, and the game went b6.
b6 instead of b5.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh wait, did he go c5 first or did he go b6 first? No, I think. Yeah, he went b6.
More peaceful move for black.
g3,
Yeah?
bishop b7, bishop g2, c5, castles, rook c8, e3, and
Bishop e7.
bishop e7, dc5,
Rook
rook c5, queen e2.
Queen e2.
So in comparison to the Catalan, where black would have a pawn on b5, you have this a4 move all the time, and it's somewhat irritating, right, for black. Because if you go b4, you give some squares. If you don't go b4, then b5 pawn is hanging. Here, I would argue the pawn on b6 is a bit more solid for black.
Any problem for black here?
I do not see, to be honest. Castles, knight b3, rook c7,
Rook is c1, takes on
a to c1, yes, traded on c1, went queen
a8.
queen a8,
Standard.
white went knight e1. You can take on g2, go rook c8, or you can, I don't know, go knight d5.
Nice Catalan for black.
Yeah, it seems like white doesn't have anything. So from what I understand, if, let's say, if we get further simplifications, sometimes white can hope to get the knight on c6 somehow, right? Defend it, and then under cover of this knight on c6, like get some sort of an advantage. But white is so far away.
You know, it reminds me yesterday game of Sevian, maybe. Because the pawn structure
Yeah, the pawn structure is the same, and black was slightly better.
Better,
right?
yeah. And after all, it was a draw.
Yeah, but if we are talking about Sevian's game, does it mean that black has to try to play the same way, aka not exchanging the pieces? Maybe knight d5 is the better move, not to take on g2. Knight d5, and my trick, I was hoping that after knight d3 I have a trick with knight c3. Yeah. Not knight f4 because knight takes and defends g2, but knight c3. Now, no bishop b7 intermezzo, queen is hanging with a check, so white has to take, black takes, and has like very serious initiative on this diagonal. So after knight, after knight d5, now of course knight d3 is just a stupid move, but all I'm saying, it's not so easy. Yeah, it's not so easy.
h3 maybe.
h4, I'm not sure. h4.
H4 is also possible.
Yeah, that's kind of relatively Catalanish
move, yeah.
h4. You could do this: bishop g2, king, bishop f3, king g2, and then the bishop would be protected twice, and then you can go knight d3. But I thought maybe starting with h4 just to get a little bit more space. Yeah, rook c8, then we take, queen takes, and we continue exchanging the pieces. So I'm saying,
it could be another quick draw, or not?
Yeah, it can be a relatively quick draw. It really depends on, let's say, Michal Sarin's intentions, because objectively his position is not better. And Robert, so far, was pretty much happy with any draw he's got. So if Michal Sarin doesn't really want to push it and just like keeps it normal, it could be a relatively quick draw indeed. So our team here, we checked. Let's see Sam Savian with Ray Robson, and let's see if the camera got updated. Yes, it did. Robson at the board.
Is thinking here.
Yeah, Robson at the board. We've seen 11 moves. Queen D1. Black replied with Bishop F8. Bishop E3. So white is not castling for quite some time.
And black played G6.
Bishop E3. G6. F3.
F3. C6.
C6. And Sam went Queen C2.
Yeah. D5.
This is always something you want to do in this position, but I guess it's either castle long or rook d1. What's the problem?
Yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah, just to mention that here very often knight d5 works.
Because the bishop on e3 is hanging.
Yeah, and then
After f3.
if you exchange one more pair of pieces, then somehow.
Yeah, but after rook d1, it is not clear because d5 pawn is.
Yeah, rook d1.
Even after the exchange on d5.
Ah, you mean take everything, knight d5,
Knight
knight
d5,
d5, pawn takes,
and
and
here.
rook d1. Yeah, it's still like not your real King's Indian, because from what I remember, the reaction here would be Queen e7, you would take, Bishop e6, and you already would have this bishop here.
Bishop here.
So then rook c8 comes, and something is hanging on the queen side. Here, maybe white is still fine.
Also,
I don't know.
pawn.
Is this a pawn? Because rook d1, I can still see black having some compensation. Rook c8, queen, I don't know, b1, bishop b3.
d2 maybe?
Queen d2,
Rook d8, yeah?
same, bishop b3. Rook d8 here, a4. Yeah, rook d8 you would take, probably. So I guess a4 to start with. That's a weird position.
I need to castle.
Castles and then rook d8 or bishop b3.
Bishop b3 is unpleasant.
Rook
for white,
c1, rook d8, queen, don't know, e1. Sorry, I didn't play rook d8. Yeah, rook d8. So even here, I'm not saying like much, but the black has some compensation. So d5 is a desirable move.
Yeah, but you should calculate
Rook
quite a
d1
lot
immediately.
before playing d5.
On the other hand, what other move are you playing? Like bishop
just
g7, white would go rook d1, and then it will be much harder, almost impossible to play d5. So it's sort of now or never situation. I'm not saying that d5 is like you have to play, but you seriously have to consider, because.
And if you remember some Zemish variation, h5, h4, I remember this.
Yeah, but like here, I'm actually happy to go to f1, to h1, and later f2. Right?
Yeah, but I remember that it is one of the main idea of black.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you can get it here, put the knight on h5 or something, but also you have to
Bishop
be careful.
on e5, knight on h4.
You have to be careful about d6, right? You have to be careful about d6. So maybe you could do this, and then for now, not play h4, but go like queen e7 or something.
And maybe at some moment d5 is still.
Again, maybe d5 will be the motif. Yeah. Anyway,
I don't know why it reminds me of Zemish, because f3 and knight on g3, maybe it is Zemish.
You mean Zemish variation against the King's Indian?
King's Indian, yeah.
I would argue that's more of a classical King's Indian, where black took, white took with the knight on d4, later played f3. So the only question how the knight ended up on g3. Yeah.
Because in Zemish, knight on g3 is.
It's very common, but in Samish, I'm not sure if they take here, right? It's more about these lines where c5, d5,
yeah,
and
h5.
then you go h4, h5. Yeah, man, it's a bit different, right? So here, like the center is not as stable, and like pushing the pawns on the side, you might actually have this d6 weakness. Okay, let me check something. What is the time situation? They've played 14 moves only. And Robson is down to 26 minutes. It's very, it becomes some sort of a theme. It's him, Ray Robson, and it's Artemiev. So two guys who are willing to spend all of their time like on first 15 moves, then play this long time trouble stage. But so far they look, yeah, I mean, they do quite good, but it's very tiring, I feel like. have to play, like if you have to play every game in a time trouble, it's very tiring.
And the Savian has 54 minutes.
Yeah, so for Savian, he's much more comfortable, yeah. Okay, so what did we
White
check?
is slightly better here.
That's what computer likes to tell us, that as a King's Indian player, I always feel embarrassed when computer shows the evaluation. I kind of believe in black's position most of the time, but here I'm not sure. Like I'm telling you, I would really try to make d5 work, because it's just like it feels right. So the moment while white is still not castled and so on, if d5 doesn't work here, then it means, I guess, I've misplayed the opening somehow. We'll see.
Okay. Let's go to
Again, board 5, Shunt. Shunt against Gunubash. We
Shunt.
got some development. So after g5, Shunt went with b4. And that is one of the good moves, apparently. Computer likes it.
Sean tries to win his first game in this tournament.
Bishop f6, bishop d3. And now the difference is that if we were, with black, if we were to take go g4, there is no f5 on the next move. So that's why after bishop d3, black went knight e7. Bishop takes f5, ef5. ef5 is surprising. So if he takes with the knight, I imagine this is a problem. Now we want to take on d5.
No, c6.
If black goes c6, there is, this bishop in the corner. So it's almost like you would have to go back to e7 and then, I don't know, like I'm tempted to say e4 is very strong, but I'm not sure if it's strong. Or, hang on, there's also some argument to be made for g4. Just to stop
the g4
to stop
idea.
these ideas. And in fact, like maybe in some cases I even want to take. And if black takes, then king e2, bishop g3, it's like white is fighting for the h file.
White
So I think
is
it's
faster, maybe.
Yeah, looks like white is just like better developed, better prepared for whatever. Like if you open the game on one side, and yet again white pieces are faster there.
And of course, the space gives us
Advantage.
advantage and a lot of moves.
Yes. I think I know what you mean. So like, it's
easier to
easier
regroup.
to go from one side to the
to
other.
the
Yeah,
other
yeah.
side.
Because when you have such a space advantage, ef5. Well, there is some good news about ef5. At least white is not breaking through with e4.
And
anytime.
g4 also.
And g4 is also stopped.
But the pawn on d5, now it's protected.
Hang
but
on.
yeah,
If I do this,
yeah,
if I do this, I keep forgetting that c6
Yeah.
c6 is not an option, or at least like it's connected with
I saw only one option
material
to protect.
loss, knight f8.
Yeah,
And this is where we can think of moves
B5,
like b5,
A4,
a4,
B5.
b5.
maybe bishop e5 to
Bishop takes. If they take with the
And
pawn, and then
rook d1
some rook
and
d1 and knight d4.
some pressure on.
Yeah. Now, like if we stop and just look at the position, looks like black skipped a few moves, right? Has the knight on
And
f8, has
all
knight,
the pawns in the 5 rank. on the
lot
third rank.
of weaknesses also. Yes, a big question. Big question. Will
After queen b3.
So queen b3 is a very interesting attempt. But on the other hand, like if I just wanted to go a6, like stick with the plan, I have to be careful not to blunder knight c5, right? Let's say, knight
He
g6 is
played queen b3.
he already played queen
Yeah.
b3. Good.
King, knight f8.
So queen
And check
b3,
on
knight
e4.
f8, check on a4.
And what is the idea? Maybe just to win the pawn on c7 after queen d7.
Queen g7, yeah, it's just bishop takes c7, and you're saying, you see, it's a pin. We call it a pin.
Yeah.
Right, c6, yeah, it's actually, it's a lot of pins, because c6 is also not possible, so in fact you can only go back to d7. The question is if white can use this moment. So white has the same position, the queen from d1 went to a4. Can we now come up with something cool?
He played
Is c6 any cool? He did play c6?
No, he played
Yeah, I'm looking
long
like
castle.
I'm looking if c6 is anything cool.
If we take
Not
on
necessarily.
c6,
So my point was like, yeah, if you take with the knight, I thought knight d5 is huge advantage, right? If you take with the pawn, I was thinking queen takes pawn, but it's probably
it's not easy to use this a3 pawn to.
Yeah, it's a passed pawn, but it's not running too fast. Yes. Yeah. I think it's just like a bit too simple. He went castle long.
Yeah.
Interesting.
And how to open for black is.
Do we want to open or do we want to close?
To
Like with the
close.
king in the center, maybe we want. I think like move the rook to be able to go c6. So I'm
yeah.
not sure. Rook c8, rook I guess
e8,
eight, so that we can go c6 next move, and at least the center is defended. And then
No, I don't like this queen on a4 because it's. I don't know. It looks like a4, b5. It's.
it was an easier
Yeah,
plan,
was
right?
an easier plan. Yeah. Just good structure.
Again,
and,
like if we castle long, does it mean that we sort of looking for the ways to open up on the king side? Because I don't really see how we're gonna be doing it. Maybe h4 is an interesting move. Point being, like I'm not saying like I'm trying to win immediately or anything, but to use this moment where black is like
Okay,
cannot really do much. Yes, g4. I was hoping for this. And then f3 and e4 quickly. I don't know how quickly, but like at least.
Okay,
to open up.
rook on d1.
And still,
Yes.
there is no explanation
Yeah.
why I castled short.
long.
Or castled long. I guess like if I've done the same thing but castle short, rook a8. Of course, that black would go g4. But I mean, if I have the same position, then I would much rather prefer castling short and then go in f3 and probably e4, and the rook on f file is kind of good.
Maybe bishop e5 here is
After
also.
rook a8.
Yeah.
Oh, I guess makes sense. So now if they take, we take with
the
the
d pawn.
pawn,
Yeah.
this one hanging,
And d5 is hanging.
and
also.
d5 is hanging. So they go here, let's say. If we take g5, they take e5.
And maybe e4 is.
We're still like stuck with this guy, yeah?
But okay, queen c2, e4.
Even e4 immediately.
Yeah, maybe e4 immediately because.
So if they take, now we are very happy, right? We take this guy,
knight d6,
check
knight
or
f6.
check.
Yeah, should be winning for white. Yeah.
Yeah, cool. Did black play rook a8?
Rook
No,
c8.
rook c8. Maybe it makes more sense because rook was not doing much on a8 anyway, and here, like at least the c7 pawns defended.
But maybe your idea
so
with c6.
c6 now is.
Because
What's the difference? They would still take like that and rook a8, yeah.
Okay. And what about bishop e5 here?
Bishop e5. Kind of a good move still.
c6,
c6
knight g5,
and again
or
knight
maybe something here. Well, knight g5 looks great, you know.
And knight g5, knight
Knight
e5,
e4.
e4. And the only question is like how prepared black is to face that.
I know that computers in such position every time offers castle, yeah, castle short.
Castle. mm, I don't like our queen on a4,
Yeah,
but
I know.
yeah, that is still probably the best white has here.
And what is computer says?
Computers, I mean, somehow. Okay.
Ah.
Actually, computer suggestion makes sense. Go here, and I didn't like even when I've seen computer suggesting this move, I didn't realize like why would we go queen b3 and put the bishop on d6,
And if
and
castle?
then yeah, and then if castle, I think g4 and
we
just
already
like
tried.
g4, just blast the
Yeah.
thing, blast the thing open.
Maybe-
If black tries to keep it closed, I think we just like okay, e4. We don't even need to sacrifice. I thought like taking something f4 g5,
F4, G5, huh?
but we don't need. Yeah, e4 just wins. Yeah, so basically putting the bishop on d6 sounds like a very good idea because black still cannot coordinate his pieces.
G4 immediately.
White has played, after rook c8, white has played g4 immediately. So,
Maybe the most exciting game today.
yeah, no, that is certain. g4. So what happens if black takes twice?
No,
That's my
d4?
first. That's why I first. Yeah, I was thinking this, but then somehow. No.
Rook is protected,
That is so
actually.
stupid. Sorry. I completely. Yeah, 95.
95.
You're right. 95. Attacking this. So
If you
if
take-
bishop takes, guess bishop takes. Now you have to take
And
this guy.
now my queen on a4 is
Quite useful.
useful. Yeah.
And this is a threat. Yeah, fair point. This looks great for white.
Okay, g4. It's a nice
No, this
move
is a
for-
serious move. Yeah, I'm not even sure like how
Only
black is supposed.
25 minutes for goulash here and 50 minutes shant. Yes.
Yeah, something I wanted to double check. Yeah, back to just to mention that Robson did play d5 in
d5.
that position. Yeah, so we will not be going back, but just to mention that yes, he did play d5. We could check Michal Sarin. Also, I'd like to see the camera view if he's. Now he's not seated at the board, so probably he's serious about trying to play it for a win. Knight e1. Knight went to d5.
a3.
a3,
Rook
rook
c8.
c8, and this allows white to go rook c2, g6, and
Knight d3.
knight
And bishop f8.
d3. So here there is no tactic, yeah.
I mean that the bishop on g2 is not protected well, but
Yeah, remember we had some trick with knight c3, but here there's
the
a
rook is
problem.
hanging. Yeah.
And if I take c3, this is the moment when you take on b7. So yeah, knight c3 doesn't work. Bishop f8. And no move from Michal Sarin just yet, which doesn't necessarily add up to me. I don't. No, now he's back and he's thinking. Yeah.
The camera is live.
The camera's working. He's back at the board. It was. It was Bishop f8, and it was Robert thinking. So I was not sure what was going on. But Michal Sarin came back. Again, he's one of the leaders, and he's the top seed. Otherwise, I would say it's like boring. Okay, not boring, but I've played something similar myself, all these Catalans, but it doesn't look that white has something. And again, the difference with the Catalan, imagine this pawn is on b5, which is like in the Catalan. You would have knight a5, knight c5, you'll have all of these ideas.
Much more interesting for white here.
Yeah, so with the pawn on b6, I'm not even sure like what my objective is here. Like what do I want to achieve?
Maybe knight on d4, h4, h5.
Here and somehow put it on c6. This sounds like science fiction.
And h4, h5.
This sounds like a science fiction. Pawn on h4, black can play h5.
h5 to stop it. But maybe after h5, some weaknesses on g6. No, I don't know.
You can tell this the opposite way. Maybe it's black who is trying to play for a win after bishop g7.
Just,
You know?
yeah.
It's like it depends on which side you take. Yeah, because if you look from okay, there should be the way to flip the board, and then you look from black's perspective, you think, oh, okay, that's actually a great position.
I can say that white is better here. I think it's equal.
Yeah, like something that maybe I should mention that if the bishops are not on the board, somehow we swapped
Well,
the bishops, then like e4 in some cases white can expand. Like you have the knight on d3 covering some squares, and you go e4, maybe f4. Like here,
kick the knight,
if I ever went e4, I'm making my bishop stupid, and I'm kind of creating more targets for my opponent. So here, I don't think e4 is an idea. So probably what white has to do is be very careful, exchange pieces.
Knight d4, then exchange the rook, and
again,
queen c2, and just
this,
an endgame.
This once again brings me back to the early opening moves, because I understand queen c2 was kind of some try to get very original position.
Yeah.
But like here, bishop g5 and to take on f6 is, I don't know. Like if I have a chance, I will ask Nihal, maybe not on air, but after the game, what was the trick here? Because as we discussed, like he's opting for some line of the Catalan, which we already know by now is nothing for white, and he's not even getting this line because black plays b6. So that was very, very strange kind of first opening moves. Anyway, that is where are we? That is some
what
wrong.
is it?
That is some wrong PGN thing, or even here. I think no, that is like completely wrong. This
current position is after.
This. I should be able to manage here. This queen e2, castles, knight b3, rook c7, rook, queen, knight d5. Here we once again we said knight d3 would be a mistake because of that. So he first goes a3 to stop knight b4, rook c8, rook c2, g6, knight to d3. Now knight c3 doesn't work, bishop f8, and white is to move.
And the time is equal.
Time is more or less equal. Yeah, for black, we would agree. We once again have Sambat advising us from a side. You don't see him, but be sure Sambat Putan is here for how many? 30 years? 40 years? Nice. And yes, we totally agree that somehow it's probably easier to play with black. Then, what else?
Sam Seven is playing for 10 years here.
That is what Aram said, that his father told us, that Sam has played many, many tournaments here. And probably all the memorials. And maybe kids tournaments before that. I don't know.
He said 10 tournaments. Sam played here. Not here. Maybe in Armenia. Maybe it's...
so you wanted...
Seven Lake also...
You wanted to see Sam's game, I give you Sam's game. Queen c2, and okay, let me double check. Queen c2, I think d5, yes. And no move stains, but I'm just saying that is the critical test, of course. This is critical test. And usually it works like that. If white has done everything correctly, then he has to have a line that proves his advantage. Here,
maybe long castle.
Long castle.
The sharpest line.
Yeah, but again, let's say queen e7, or after long castle, maybe you want to go bishop g5. I want to unpick. I want you to start taking on d5. I'm just not sure how I do it. Wait, there is also some stuff like that,
Um,
which
well,
looks completely crazy. I understand, but
if I take,
if you take, I
no,
actually believe in black's
yeah,
position, right? Because what do we go knight
not
b1?
b1. Let's
Meh,
try to just to
meh.
show how it works.
I was hoping to go queen a5. I'm not sure if it's good. Now, like looking at computer's help, it actually approves my sacrifice. It says black is doing well.
Rook a1 maybe to pin the knight, and then
I think
and then
I
queen
think
a5
they're planning to
to escape.
run away anyway. Yeah. Queen a5 or just this, I guess. So basically, you just like play this position. It's not like you need to prove something
So it's
immediately.
positional sacrifice,
E5,
yeah?
knight d7, yeah,
No?
f4, and who knows. Queen a5, knight c5 again. Okay, now looking at this computer thing, it actually even goes b5. It's a very, how to say, it's very characteristic play with with opposite castles, right? So white castle long, and very often you can even sacrifice material as long as you have the initiative, because this is the most important target, the king. But I'm not insisting on knight b4. It's just like I'm saying, this is the crazy ideas I have, and maybe black can play just like bishop d7. If you takes.
Okay, but maybe after.
Yeah. So long castle looks very experimental, very experimental. And normal person's move is rook d1,
D1,
and
then
we looked a
short,
little
and
bit.
castle short,
Yeah, we
yeah.
looked a little bit at rook d1. Then black is playing queen e7, and if c takes, I don't know if knight takes is better. Probably knight takes is better. Yeah, if you take with the pawn, there is this motif with bishop g5, right? And you cannot take because knight d5. So you have to use this trick, knight takes. Now if you...
And if you want
there
to
is,
sacrifice
there
the
is
exchange,
yeah, I'm just speaking at computer lines, and something that I should have considered myself, because I like exchange sacrifices normally. Knight d5, opting here or here. And let's say after, not even sure where it
Queen
goes.
d6 maybe?
Queen d6. Not sure. Bishop d4. Do you have a move? Bishop g7, right? Bishop g7. If queen c3. Okay, I mean this is computer stuff, because here I stop my calculation. I think I'm winning, and I just blunder this, right?
Because the check after the check on f6.
Check. They go to h8.
h8, yeah.
They go to h8.
Forcing the exchange of the queen.
So nice try, but then I have to. Nah, maybe still there is something. Maybe there is still something. Castles with rook d1. Yeah, there is no bishop e6 yet. Okay, that is important. Yeah, that is important. Because like it's a...
No moves with the knight, because
no move with the knight.
No move with the bishop.
But what
bishop d7.
What I want to say, like sometimes you sacrifice an exchange and you're kind of allowed, you can play a slow game, right? And this we would be talking about like positional exchange sacrifice. Like imagine, I don't know, the h pawn is on d6. Yeah, this pawn is on d6, so that like some pawn weaknesses, you have this fantastic knight on e5. Here, if, let's say, these knights are not on the board, somehow black exchanges, we just exchange down for a pawn. We are not hopelessly lost, but we pretty much all of our compensation is gone. So that's why I'm very happy to find there is no bishop e6. Bishop d7, yeah, I can try stuff. I can go rook d1, even here rook c8 and some...
Bishop b3 maybe. Bishop d2.
I was thinking queen
bishop b1, I don't know.
Queen d2. And they start like, yeah, I see Compi goes bishop a4. So I guess there is no need to sacrifice the exchange. Maybe you just take like that. But this is the line we looked at. Yeah. Bishop e6.
But here with the pawn.
Practical compensation, right?
Two pawns are rook a5.
Rook a5. Hang on a second. Is this anything serious? No. Knight b4,
And
a
maybe
b4,
bishop d2
queen
after.
b4. Yeah, yeah, no. I was thinking this,
Ah.
this, but this is not serious, right?
No mate. But if queen
Maybe
f2,
we don't need mate. We need perpetual
perpetual
by this
check,
point.
yeah?
So king f2, this,
Maybe it is.
king e1,
And again check on
this,
b4.
king f1. They go king f1.
And if rook a1 check.
King f2, the knight defends the rook, right? So we cannot. I was thinking check. Just king f2. Yeah. Let's see.
And we have
No bishop c5. So
bishop
that's
c5.
why I was thinking start with this, but then they go to the first rank. They go b1 or d1, and now there is no check. So it's funny how even this position, like we have only a rook for the queen.
Only a rook, but a pair of bishops and
Even
king on
here,
f1.
even here,
Sometimes,
one can dream. Yes, even here one can dream. So, but like if I wanted something serious, I probably should not go knight b4. I want maybe a rook a c8 again, and I'm just saying the rook got stuck. Queen b1, queen, then c7. You have rook b5.
Yeah, it's
very tricky.
It's very tricky because 2 pawns up, but some problem with the king, and then the rook on e5.
Yeah. Okay. Now that also becomes a very, very entertaining game. Rook d1 was played, and Ray played queen e7. Ray is on 20 minutes. Sam Savian on half an hour roughly.
Maybe
cd5 played. cd5. Yep.
Maybe after cd5, bishop g5 is.
Yeah, that is the biggest problem after cd5. So that's why that's why we use this trick, like taking with the knight, because indeed cd5 bishop g5 is kind of problematic. Knight d5 is such a big threat.
Now after cd5, Ray is thinking.
Ray thinking, so I guess knight d5 absolutely has to be played. Has to be played, and then we'll see. Again, this turned into a very interesting game. I suggest we check Sean's game on board 5 quickly, and we barely see Sean sitting at the board. It's almost always Shimon Gumulash who is thinking.
Only 11 minutes left.
This is something I didn't realize. Yes, so g4 has also this benefit that right here, right now, Shimon is low on time, so it's important to kind of make the game sharp as fast as you can.
F takes g4.
Shant is not at the board, so I'm surprised.
Yeah.
Now I see from a camera view, Shimon Gumulash sitting. Shant is not back at the board, but the clock is ticking for Shant's set. So black just play the move.
Of course, Shimon should use the time of his opponent to prepare to the next move.
Takes.
Maybe
guess.
h4?
h4, e4. So that is one of the benefits of the g4 moves, that when, let's say, you were controlling e4 pawn, e4 square twice, but after this exchange, right, e4, and like again, black cannot possibly be in time to coordinate everything.
If or it's to
castles, I think cd5 is possible. Like the easiest, what I see immediately is this is a pawn, and not only it's one pawn, there's also like h4 will be hanging.
f4.
Bishop h6, I think f4 is good enough, right?
Okay.
f4 is good enough. Yeah.
So big advantage for
Looks
white.
like big advantage for white, and not only that, but also advantage on the clock.
On the clock, yeah.
HG, yeah, so Shant's back to the board. HG played, HG played. Now we expect knight e5. And I guess that the line that we looked at originally, bishop takes, trade the rooks, is the best black has, and now has to go knight g6 to stop rook h8. And maybe going to survive. But still, white is better, of course. there is this funny square. Say you go bishop g3, d5 is hanging, black goes c6,
e4.
there you have e4, right. But I just spotted, again, it's very hard to find, but I believe this c6 and queen c2 to go to f5. Is this anything?
But this bishop on g7 a bit weird. Maybe.
It's actually, it would be winning. It's fun. It would be winning, but black has g3. So
attacking the e3 pawn.
yeah, almost feels like a sudden chance, to be honest, because otherwise it's very hard to find a move for black. Again, the queen on f5 is so nice, like pinning this, like
maybe
pinning a
b6
lot of
is
stuff. The second best, but it's not great. But yes, I just don't have to play queen c2. Again, e4 is good, but then e4 is better in this version with the bishop on g3. Bishop g3, c6, e4, and white is close to winning. Okay, big problem for Shimon Gumulaj. Big
Good
fight,
for
big fight for Sevian and Robson. Artemiev Donchenko checking quickly if there is. Vladislav looks so relaxed. And by the way, an update, it's a draw on board one as well. Nihal Serin Hovanesyan, they've agreed a draw officially.
Yes, so two quick draws.
Yeah. I'm just checking Artemiev's game. We have seen what? Have seen exchange on g7, castles, queen d7, rook to c1 to defend the pawn, bishop h3, d4. Actually, d4 looks like white might be getting somewhere.
And f5.
Takes, f5.
D takes
D
d5.
takes, knight takes,
E takes.
ef5, rook
f5.
f5.
And what is?
What's going on?
is
Yeah,
going
that's a
on?
very good question. Like, what is it? Honestly, it's very hard to process for me, even though I should be familiar with this kind of positions, because like in the Dutch defense, in the King's Indian, you do have similar structures. I mean, obvious to state the obvious, white has to watch out for this kind of check on c6
and f3
checkmate.
square is.
Yeah, I guess maybe like even to play f3 or to play rook c3 to be able to play f3.
Protect it.
The knight is great on e5
Yeah.
because if I ever want to go f4, there is always this square, right? So f4, like structurally, I don't want to go f4.
And f3?
Like I'm thinking maybe c5 is what my
Is it
idea
tricky?
should be. Yeah, maybe c5 is what my idea should be. And then if you exchange, that means the knight is not so stable. If you let white exchange, then the d6 pawn is somewhat
And what
weak.
with the knight on e2?
It will go somewhere. It's either d4 or c3, d5, or I guess f4. You have to watch out for it to be taken. But I still feel like it could be somewhat better for white. Let's say b6 to stop c5. Just let's pretend this is the move.
Maybe queen d2 with the idea to put the knight on f4
And d5 eventually. Yeah, this could be it.
not allowed to take it with the.
But actually, I don't think like right now they can take because we will. Like black doesn't have a good square for the knight here, right?
Of course, g4 was.
G4 was ideal square, but here, like you want the knight to be on f5 in these structures. I guess maybe you go knight here, knight here, knight here. Who knows? Yeah. And it's cool, again, like from human perspective, even this doesn't look bad. But now I see what computer tells me, and computer teaches us again and again how important it is to play with initiative. C5 is one option. So very dynamic, using the fact that the D file is there is a pin on D file, and the other option is F5.
And if we
And the
take
point of f5 forward and the take queen d5. Again, we return one of the pawns.
and no 95
No
option.
95 because rook.
Rook,
Right,
yeah.
so you have to go back to d7 and then
C5.
c5 again.
With an extra tempo and
Yeah,
queen
I
on
think
d5.
just we win the
Just
game
win.
pretty much. Yeah,
Yeah.
because it's very logical. You have the rooks. You want to open. Yeah, you want to open the files. So interestingly, again, like this has nothing to do with reality, but it could be f3. You know, rook c3, knight d4, Artemiev slightly better. That would be
Yeah.
my
Of course,
assessment.
he prefers f3.
And he did play f3.
Yeah.
Yeah, very solid. Okay, so after 2.5 hours of play, we have two relatively quick draws. That is Hakobian Aravind and Michal Sarin Hovanesyan. And we have three very fighting games of a different nature. So we have this, which is like longer positional game. We have Shan Sargsyan with direct attack on Shimon Gumulaj. And we have Sam Sevi and Robson, where Robson has sacrificed the pawn for what he thinks will be compensation. So yeah, stay with us. We will be back shortly. The games are developing in a very, very exciting fashion. So round 7, first round of the end game of a tournament, right? 7th round altogether from Stepan Avagyan Memorial. We have 2 draws to the
On the
present
two,
hour.
on
Two,
the first board and on the second, yeah?
yeah,
The
first and
next one
second
should
board
be the
of,
first.
of our, yeah. So Nihal Sarin draw against Hovhannisyan, and even faster than that, Akobian and Aravind made the draw.
2 Indians participants
Yeah.
are free today.
Yeah, and I just realized that I had a wrong diagram on the screen. We can see from a camera view that is Shimon Gumular thinking about his position, and that is what they have on the board. So after g4 and 2 captures on g4, we were looking at knight e5. Shansaksyan chose bishop e5, which is
Also interesting, yeah.
which is also a good move apparently. So now white is threatening a checkmate, or yeah, well, basically if you take on f3 after bishop f6, it's this ironic situation where everything is pinned, right? This knight's pinned, this knight's pinned, and rook h8 is a big threat. So that's why bishop, no, not bishop, king f8 was played, yes. Bishop f6, knight f6, knight takes g5. Black went knight g6, and c6 was the move.
Okay, white has 6 pawns in the board, and black has also 6 pawns.
Yeah. Materials equal, no. It's interesting how, let's say, c6 is very understandable from, from human perspective, because
To break
yeah, we've
the
been
pawn
taught.
structure.
Yeah, I mean, you ruined the pawn structure. Also, we've been taught something about like this principle of 2 weaknesses and so on. So you achieved something on the king side, and now you're opening the queen side as well. But again, from what I see, computer wanted something very primitive. Queen c2, try to get to f5, if needed, knight h7. So I guess playing against this pawn. c6 is also, like, as I'm saying, like from human perspective, looks like a very good move. B takes c6 played.
And what pawn is...
What pawn are we taking? Yeah, that is a good question. What pawn are we taking? Do we take this guy? Do we take this guy? I guess queen c6 almost forces queen d6 move, where we can simplify. We can take on d6, go king d2, and argue that, like you have
pawn structure.
You have very weak pawns, and maybe white just wins this endgame. That is one direction. The other direction is to take on a6 and still play for an attack after queen d3.
But maybe rook a8?
Rook a8, queen c6. I wonder if you can take. Apparently you cannot. King goes here, and if the rook returns, white is winning like that. I thought...
Nice combination.
Yeah, I thought it's just an exchange, and it was just an exchange, but then we win one pawn and then the other pawn. Right? King f5. And it's not
take
even...
on c7?
It's not even... Yeah. No, why I'm stopping, of course, yeah, knight c7 is a good move. And there's some saying... computer evaluation. It's a very beautiful variation, because we're getting rid of the most important pawn, g4. That's the only pawn that maybe gives black some sort of compensation. But after king f3, we have rook f5. We take on g4. Yeah, we take on g4, and it's just 2 extra pawns. And yes, the king is active, but in fact, it has nothing to do.
Winning,
yeah, it has nothing to do here. Okay, it's a bit of a longer line.
Okay,
after b c6.
Queen a6.
Queen takes a6 was played.
Maybe it's better to defend the pawn on c6.
But can we do it?
Queen d7.
Queen d7. Almost feel like there will be some problem. No, I guess not. Again, I want to play queen d3 so that there is no queen f5, and then maybe go here if I have the time. Not sure. Let's say king g7, and I go knight e2. Rook h8 or rook a8 doesn't attack a3, right? So maybe rook h8. but then apparently I just take, go knight g3.
No, but without the rooks, a3 pawn is
Yeah, it's also dangerous,
it's
right?
also dangerous. That's why I thought about
Rook a8.
rook 8 or rook e8. I don't know. Of course, white is better everywhere.
Yeah, it seems like white is better everywhere. It's just like black has to kind of come up with something, I guess. What's the time situation? Because Gumulaj was very short on time at some point, and now 6 minutes, not
6
as
minutes.
dramatic.
And
Queen
27
d7.
move.
Queen
was
d7.
made.
Yeah, so still move 27, so closer to the time control than people in some other games. Because I suggest we check Artemiev with Donchenko on board 3. Artemiev was on like 2 minutes, 3 minutes.
In my clock it is 5.
So
But
he has,
maybe
yeah, he has
with
5. He probably sped up and played a few moves faster.
f3, rook c3, maybe.
F3, rook e8,
Rook c3.
rook c3. Okay, at least Artemiev's, it's not like some very sharp position, right?
You know, the question for me is how to put maybe to put the knight on d4 or f4. I think it's really
Yeah, that's
a nice choice.
that's an important question. Yeah, I guess if black goes like this, you could go knight f4. Now, again, part of me still wants to take it and go knight e7, but that's probably incorrect. And then I see what computer is doing. It's just like it puts two rooks on the e file and it's basically waiting. Queen f7 if I need to protect this.
White need to protect maybe the
Second rank, yes, a knight d5. Even if I put the knight on d5, it's not yet deciding the game. So it could be that optically looks nice, but white cannot
maybe
really make
if
progress.
knight d5 immediately, rook e2, rook f2, rook f2, and queen h3, and it's
Yeah, and I have problems.
dangerous.
Yeah. Now I have problems. I'll have to like defend with queen g1 and so on. Yeah.
That's
So
why
c3.
maybe we should put the rook on f2
So let's say
before.
this. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, I guess. Rook f2. Rook f2, rook e1.
Rook e1.
Queen c2. Attack this guy. Yeah. Now I'm seeing like
Maybe rook e1 is useless, no?
queen or even queen d2. Yeah, and you don't want anything on the first rank.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're thinking.
Without a queen.
We're thinking this.
I
And
don't,
if you go
yeah.
a3, rook e1, then I'm very
yeah.
interested.
With two rooks on the
Yeah,
first
then I'm
rank,
very
it's,
interested.
It's another.
But the trick apparently is that you go rook c1, and if I take a2, knight d5, my rook is sort of arrested.
And
then,
the black squares.
yeah, some check, rook. Maybe I'll intercept the e file. Yeah, queen c3, I guess, is the main problem. Queen c3, and you cannot block because of f4.
f4 and knight f6 is threat
Yeah.
also.
But okay, for now, that is the position.
After rook c3, yeah?
Knight c6 played. No, knight c6, it's
square,
our
no.
move. No, it's not played yet. Donchenko has 25 minutes, so he has enough time. All right, so I wanted to make it dramatic because Artemiev's low on time, but the position itself is very solid. And then we have Sevian Robson, and this is kind of dramatic because Robson is also down on the clock. Not so much, I guess.
Rook d5? He took
12
d5 with
minutes.
rook?
Yeah. So after knight d5, knight takes, pawn takes, rook takes, bishop e6, and black
rook-
just went rook d2.
That's very human because rook a5 looks a bit risky.
Or maybe a lot risky,
A lot
right?
risky, yeah.
Yeah, so a to c8, queen b1.
Queen b1, knight c5, and
Black
short
jumped knight c5 and white castled. It's like
an
you know,
extra pawn, yeah.
yeah, one of those positions where I think it's been a couple of years, maybe 3 years ago, when I've discovered that the engines became very good playing positions pawn down. Even again, okay, I mean, obviously engines are much better than us, but playing position pawn down against the other engine, that I always had it in mind, like, if I have an extra pawn and someone that proves this like stupid compensation, I thought it's because I'm not good at chess, and then I give this position to engine, it will always convert it, win. So why I'm saying this, it might be one of these positions that there is no, say, straightforward threats from black. I don't see it. Like, what are white's weaknesses? Not so
Maybe
many.
b3 square.
Yeah, like b3 square, but I'm saying not the pawn. You're not winning the pawn back, right? And yet, it's very hard for white to, to
And also the knight on g3.
consolidate. Yeah, knight on g3, that is totally agreed. Not doing much, if anything, right?
And after
Yes.
h5 here,
Castle, h5.
h4 is a threat or not?
I'm not sure what I'm doing here. What is my move anyway? Like, even if it's not a threat, like what am I doing? Rook d1 or it's actually bishop b5 probably makes sense. So
Rook
that
d8.
just
Another rook.
rook d1, just trade stuff. Yeah.
Okay, if we
h4 knight somewhere. Or maybe you don't go h4. Maybe you trade one rook first, then you go h4.
Or maybe knight b3, rook c1 is not.
Maybe three rook c2. Rook c2 was the plan.
Rook
Rook c2
c2
was the plan. Yeah. So I wasn't sure, like, if you want knight b3 or you just want to keep it here. No, I thought h4 was kind of good. Knight e2, h3, and then I'm not sure how should I reply, because like g3, the old sort of understanding was like I want to keep the structure and then eventually I will win this pawn. No, it never happens. Actually, it's a very irritating pawn on h3.
The weakness on the king's side.
Yeah, so I guess maybe that is what I want to do. And if you take, I actually take with the rook and hope for some attack of my own, but I really don't know.
After king h1.
h4, you mean something? Okay.
Or maybe queen e1, queen g3.
Queen e1, yeah, h4, h5. Feels like black always will have some compensation. That's why I was saying that.
But bishop b5 is.
Bishop b5 is an important resource, so maybe black has to think
Rook
and
d8.
to look
Rook
for
was played immediately after.
rook e to d8.
Yeah, after bishop b5. No.
h5. h5 was played.
h5.
Yeah, I see it now. Yeah, h5, bishop b5, rook e d8.
Yes.
And white is thinking. Rook fd1's okay. Maybe take on d8 and rook d1.
If we trade all the pieces, it should
Yeah,
be.
like I say, this, and you just take. And still h4, knight e2, h3.
Knight so
d4 or f4.
and if we take on h3, it is dangerous, yeah?
Bishop h3. I mean, I guess it's not dangerous if we decide to defend the king. Actually, knight g3 is bad because of queen f6.
I thought about knight f4.
Knight f4.
But also,
here, and how do I lose? Because of knight e6. Knight e6 is very annoying.
But the bishop is hanging.
Knight h3, queen e3. Yeah, but this one is like all the dark squares are weak. So I mean, I'm not losing maybe with white, but
maybe
I'm definitely not winning with the knight on h3.
It's easier to lose the game.
Yeah, it's easier to lose the game with white, exactly. Okay, so now this is an important moment. White took on d8, rook d8, and now
rook d1
the question
looks natural, yeah?
Yeah, you want to trade or...
No tricks with bishop a2 after rook d1?
d1, bishop a2, queen c2, bishop b3, queen c1, knight b3, queen c2, right? And then this guy's kind of a little bit misplaced. Yeah, but it's a good find. Yeah, of course. We have to check these things. He didn't play rook d1 yet. Maybe there is a point to go knight e2 first, and then let's say if black goes h4, we think maybe we will play h3.
Yeah, just stop it.
Yeah, and because
Or knight f4 maybe also
after
stops.
knight f4, yeah, I guess.
You know that an extra pawn is here
Is a good thing. Yeah.
is a good thing for
Wait
white.
a second. I'm looking for. Yeah, okay, this one's still in progress. This one is not in progress, it seems. Could it be that Artemiev ended their game? Artemiev Donchenko? Because I've seen somebody leaving the playing
Okay,
hall. I
let's.
feel like
Yeah. Sure.
it is a
Another
draw.
draw.
It is a draw, and you know what move was played? There was no move played. So after rook c3,
He offered
after
the draw.
rook c3, Artemiev himself offered a draw, yeah, and it was accepted. So 3 draws, and the games that are going are actually kind of exciting games. So
Yeah, and white has chances in both games.
yeah. So what we have in progress is board 5, Sargsyan Gumulage, where Sargsyan, I guess objectively, has to be close to winning. Okay, some development. Some development here. After queen d7, knight h7, knight takes, rook takes, king g8, rook h something, rook h5, king g7, knight e2, rook h8, and I guess just rook takes, right? Or knight g3. But this is what you were telling me, that if rooks are exchanged, I'd say we take. If rooks are exchanged, this is a very serious.
Especially if we also will exchange the queens.
But I'm thinking that's one thing. The other thing, I might actually bring the queen here somewhere.
Yeah, and
It's kind of you have to defend the king, and then the a pawn starts running. So I think by now it's kind of a technical position. You just like take h8, put the knight on. I'm not sure g3 or if the knight takes maybe knight
looks
f4.
like Shan has very
Fantastic
good
chance,
chances.
yeah. It's a fantastic chance for him.
And okay, if he won the game, if he will win the game, he will add to the leaders.
No, he comes back to
Ah,
50%. Remember, he lost to Aravind in, I want to say in round 1. It's a very, very long time ago. I think he lost
I
to
forgot
Aravind.
about it.
Yeah, everybody forgot about it, but
What
yes.
was in the first day?
Shant, I think he lost to Aravind, if I'm not mistaken. And then, yeah, and then he made all the draws
And
ever since.
If Savian will win the game?
If Savian wins, he will be on +1, yes. So for now, our leaders, Nihal Sarin on +1 made the draw, Artemiev on +1 made the draw. So Savian Robson is important. So the third leader is of course Robson. If Ray doesn't win, if he makes a draw, he keeps in the lead. If he loses, Sam Savian catches up with the leaders. Right. So there's still, we will have this very narrow field, like 2 rounds to go, and half of the tournament can be first still. So that is impressive. Yeah. So rook h8, move 31, and Shant is thinking. Black has got only 2.5 minutes. I wonder, why would you think here exactly? Is there a point to go knight g3? Say black takes, knight takes.
Maybe on h6, just to win a tempo.
Yeah, but I'm looking at like knight f6 is just the
Could
way
be
to
tra-
lose the
could be
knight.
trapped
Yeah.
here.
Just the way to lose the knight. So you probably go back to g3. And in this case, I'm asking myself, I can take, and they have done king on h8, and I go knight g3, or I can go knight g3, zack, zack, and now I go back to g3, and they
Maybe
have a
it
king
is
on h8. So
the
probably
same position.
probably on h8 is better for black. That's what I'm saying. Like even like they can go
On
king
G5.
g5 and defend the f5 square, and then who knows, f5, f4. White is still probably winning, but in comparison, like I just like take on h8, it's a simpler move, and then I play knight g3, queen d3. But again, when you have a decisive advantage in a tournament like that, you don't want to rush. That's why. Wait, it looks like that's already a king on h8, right? From a
Yeah,
camera view,
from the
I'm looking
camera
from
view,
a
the king
camera
on
view, and
h8.
it looks like the king is already on h8. Ah, yeah, yeah, yeah.
And
Finally, I got some updates. So takes here, king here,
knight g3.
knight g3, and black went knight e7. Knight e7. So what happens if I go here? Nothing happens.
f5.
f5 and
a4 maybe.
yeah, that's the feeling. a4, a5.
a5.
The question is like maybe you want to bring the king first so that the pawns are defended, but ultimately, yes, that's kind of the winning plan for white. That you
c5.
start moving
Maybe c5.
c5.
Last chance.
If I take, you will take a4, and then my king is yeah.
Maybe, some checks with the queen after bc.
If I take like that, still queen takes, yeah.
And if b5 c4, at least
c4, at least like black has some chances. Yeah, it feels like black has some chances. Maybe we are like missing something. But again, ideally, I should probably go king b2, king b3 first to cut all the possible counterplay. Because it feels like black doesn't have too many ideas. Here, let's say here, and this is where I go a4. Maybe this move, and let's say a5, put it on d6, the Carlsbad knight.
Yeah.
So now it defends the pawn, and maybe the queen can start. Who knows? Maybe it's not as hopeless. Some queen h7, queen h2, queen g1. Maybe there is still chance for black. So I'm not saying like white's not winning. White just has to be super precise. You know what? There's a check. I just realized. And if you go king g7,
knight h5 maybe.
Knight h5, yes.
Not good move.
If you go king g6, it's queen h8. Okay, but wait. So that means you cannot go king g7. You have to go king h7, and then we can put the queen on f8, right? Or and then there is knight g6. I thought I'm being
you
kind
thought
of.
about knight h5, and if knight h5 first.
Check here, knight h5.
Yeah.
Queen f5, I guess. Yeah, queen f5 and.
Everything is.
Yeah, like strangely. No, queen f8 was cool, but after knight g6, the position doesn't really change. I have to go back to like c5, and then we go on.
And f5 is also possible for black, because I think that it's useful for black to put the pawn on f5.
To go f5, f4.
Or or at least prevent the exchange on f5 square.
So yes, somehow. So check is interesting, but after king h7, not sure what we have to do, yeah?
And if a4 here?
Queen d3, but then, yeah, like if you want to go a4, it's not with the queen in the corner, right? I mean, we have to play.
And how can you stop if I just protect the pawn on?
I mean, queen b8.
Queen b8, a5, and so on.
Is queen f6, right? This pawn. We don't go knight h1.
No. Of course.
That's just the feeling that the queen is getting stuck. Like if you take this, they take this, and I mean, some nonsense starts. You take e7, they take g3, check, but then, then black also has a fast passed pawn.
And queen f4.
Queen f4, yeah, the good way to lose, yeah.
Yeah.
Queen f4 would be a good way to lose the game, which we do not want. Yeah. But Shant is thinking, because of course this lines with check, queen f8, if you could make something work, this could be like the easiest way of winning.
Maybe it's not so easy as we thought before.
Yeah.
Maybe queen f1?
Well, actually what he has done was queen d3, queen d6, queen d1, hitting this and planning queen h1. Cool. So now if black was to go f5, queen h1 check, king g7, and you go queen h4, now threatening this. And black's in trouble. Yeah, maybe king g7 is terrible. But what else
maybe
can you do?
f5 here.
Maybe f5 is not great.
Is not great here.
But how do we defend the pawn? Queen g6?
Queen g6, yeah.
Wait, and the queen from g6 is not threatening anything? Maybe now I go a4. Maybe now I go a4, a5.
So now everything is protected, and now it's time to
I think like
to promote the queen.
Something like that is the algorithm that you're supposed to win with white. Anyway, queen d1, Gumulage down to just a few. Queen e6 played. Okay, queen e6, and again
a4.
a4 would be.
Or check on h1 also.
Check on h1 is interesting because now king g7 there's like knight h5, knight f4 with the tempo. Or move the king, not sure, d2.
b2.
Well, actually, if I have all the time in the world, maybe this is where I get the king to, so that it's safe, right? e1, f1. Again, I'm not saying I have to physically put the king on g2, but maybe I want to keep it in this zone. Like king d2, e2, and if there are some checks, the king will be hiding on g2. Now, looks seriously, want to say looks promising. It doesn't look promising. It looks winning. Just some precision needed.
And how other boards look like?
Sevian Robson on board 4. Do we have updates there? If you could tell me.
Let me check. Yeah, it is an
So
end game.
we've seen
After
rook takes, rook takes. I guess rook d1 was played, right?
rook
Or
d1.
after exchange on d8.
Knight-
First knight e2,
Knight b3.
knight b3,
Rook d1.
rook to d1,
Bishop g7.
takes on d8, queen d8,
And queen and bishop a4.
bishop a4. Bishop a4 somehow is not approved by the engine because
What was better?
that is hard for me to tell. Again, if we simply look at the board, so this, knight d4, bishop f1. And I guess later somehow we will be exchanging this knight via b5. That's my theory. And why this theory came about? Because after bishop a4, knight d4, engine claims it's a draw. I don't know, not draw but equal.
Maybe
I don't
some
understand.
problems with the king.
Some
Or
problem
d1.
with the bishop. I just realized I cannot exchange. So they jump to d4 and I cannot exchange because this stupid guy is lost.
So it's also the problem with the king.
With the king, yeah. No, because I was like, why? And I was almost like analyzing in my head like this end game, and I was thinking, yes, black has some compensation, but in fact, yes, the bishop is hanging. So after knight d4, what do I do? Do I
Knight
play
c3.
knight c3 anyway? Yeah, and there is some
Maybe
bishop.
b5.
Bishop c4. Could I go b5 immediately? b5 if I take with the knight, knight b5, bishop b5. Wow, this is something new because I'm not saying the line is good, but we've learned some new information. Like look at it in the engine. It says bishop d4, bishop takes, queen takes, and it's equal even though white is up 2 pawns. King
It's
h1
H4.
goes here, and
The first rank is too weak. Maybe.
still hard for me to understand how is it equal.
How
b4,
to activate the queen? I should ask you.
b4. Maybe I don't need. Maybe I just go b4 and push the pawn.
Okay, takes.
Takes, yeah, take like that.
And maybe some. I can disturb you with some threats.
h4 maybe. Let's say bishop f1.
h3.
h3. And when I take like some queen c3. Still, I'm not convinced. Like, yes, I know it looks ugly.
Bishop c4, bishop d3.
c4, and I cannot make progress. Maybe, yeah. Like b5,
bishop d3, maybe.
b5, bishop d3, and I'm losing the pawn. Okay.
it's
So
interesting.
even b5 kind of works. And then if you go, instead of b5, you go bishop c4.
This
Now
b5 without
computer
any
tells that
sacrifice, yeah.
we are even slightly worse. And if you think of it, yes, that's my extra pawn, which is not going anywhere. I cannot exchange the queens, and I understand there could be some threats to this king.
That means that
b5, b4
bishop a4 is a big mistake?
looks like. Not sure how big of a mistake it was. Yes, kind of, because yeah, white is better here if we trust the machine. After bishop a4, I don't know if knight d4 was played. No, not yet,
not yet,
not
but
yet. Ray thinking, but if he finds knight d4, it's good for black. Apparently, there is no big threats. So like knight d4 is the best move in the position, but even if black was to play, say, queen c7, there's not much going on. There's not much going on. It's not like white is winning immediately or something. It's probably that type of compensation that we are talking about. It's
now
just hard to make progress, hard to win.
c3 square is under control.
Yeah, knight c3, you just take, and
Yeah,
black
my
is
bishop
totally
is
fine.
not so good.
Yeah, I guess the queen stuck on b1 also. That is something.
But queen
He went queen d6.
six.
Hang on, bishop a4, queen d6.
4 minutes.
Wait, but now I realize like bishop a4 is actually quite a strange move, because do you really want to take? Because like when you go bishop a4, you don't have a threat to win the knight. So it's just about like, okay, maybe I want to trade it, right? And this would be good if you could somehow get to d4 square.
Queen
Say,
c1,
I don't know, could have the queen on f2 and you go bishop d4. Yeah, that is another story. Like here, I'm not sure. Queen c1. There's always some like queen d3 or. So now I see comp even goes b5 and doesn't
all the
really.
pieces are very active.
Yeah, but black has like pair of bishops, like
Yeah.
very active, and there is also a safety belt if it doesn't go well for black. There is always this opposite colors, right? I mean, somehow you exchange your dark square bishop for the knight, you exchange the queen, then it's a draw. So yeah, I think here black is doing okay. No, I don't think you take.
h3 just to make luft.
Just in case, yeah. I have h3, and then after knight d4 takes.
And protect the bishop on e3.
Yeah, queen d3, for instance. Bishop takes, queen takes. Having king h2. Sorry. King h2, yeah, that one. I guess black still has like some compensation after like h4. Oh wait, queen g3. Yeah, queen g3 is also quite annoying. Queen g3, queen f2, queen f4, something like that. It's just like I'm probably just not better. Now I realized, like again,
all black squares.
Yeah, everything on dark squares black controls. G5, h4 is potential kind of complete blockade to the king side. So yeah,
we don't feel this extra pawn on e4.
Yeah, exactly. Like the pawn doesn't really matter.
Yeah, it's interesting because it's the central pawn. But
it's all about activity, right? All about activity. So that if somehow white was able to go here, followed by e5, and then shut down one of the bishops, another story. Here, f4 is just a bad move because knight d2. Knight d2, and somehow
e4 pawn is hanging.
Yeah, tactically doesn't work. Queen c2, there is like another trick, knight c4, and honestly I've lost the plot. I don't understand. Bishop c1, b5. Wow.
And check on c5.
b5. If I take, yes, it's a check on c5. If I go here, still a check. King goes, queen f2. This is how you lose with white. Yeah, like you insist playing for a win. No, I don't think Sam.
Oh, wow.
I don't think Sam has to do any of that.
The knight on a1.
White went. Well, hang on. So after queen d6, white went queen c2, and knight a1. By the way, is
unbelievable move for me. I don't know
interesting.
because
interesting.
no
Wait. Knight
Wow.
A1 apparently is a mistake because this,
If we take on
bishop
b2.
b2, and I think that's the line he calculated, and I believe it's bishop d4.
So we tried
And then when you
it.
take, this guy stands on a1. And again, I'm not sure that it's winning, but like when I've seen that the engine evaluation jumped, I came up with this line. And then I guess, like, first of all, you might be able to win the knight, and maybe you don't even need to. Like if you put the king on e3, you start advancing here, and the knight is still in the corner. Well,
Yeah,
that is a chance. That is
the
a
knight on
chance.
a1 is queen d1 was played.
A queen d1's on the board. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think Ray just kind of overlooked queen d1.
Maybe
He was
maybe
thinking.
bishop d4 was.
He was thinking. I guess he was thinking this would be. Yeah, I guess fair to say bishop d4. So queen d1. He thought
Of
we
course,
take
he calculated
take
this.
b2.
Yeah.
By the way, hang on a second. Do we need to take b2? Because bishop b2, bishop d4 looked terrible. Maybe bishop b3, knight b3. I don't know. Bishop b3, for instance. So that when you take, this one's, this one's hanging. Does knight c1?
Knight c3.
There is knight c3 also. Knight c3 is also an option, yeah.
But of course, it's better to move back with the knight just to save it.
I'm not sure if it's any good, by the way.
Takes and an extra pawn, yeah.
Takes, I guess a4.
And b2 pawn is blocked. That's why maybe it's not easy to.
So wait, king f1. It will be, I guess, if black is in time not to lose these pawns, then black's fine. So it will be
King
about
f8, king
say
e7.
king f8 here. Here you have to go b5, I believe.
Yeah.
That's all right.
To prevent king c4.
And I guess it's all right.
E5.
Because e5, king d5, I'm not scared. Okay, I'm not attacking b2, but yeah, all the pieces, all the pawns on the dark squares. It's actually, again, like if white's not careful, maybe black will have some ideas. Yeah, okay, that explains it. So queen d1 is a good move.
And again, our video was.
Our video on this board is frozen. We could try to see if we have any other sides.
Maybe now it's
Unfroze, yeah. Ray is moving. Okay, so queen d1, but we don't really know. So Ray has to trade the queens. There is no other move. He has to trade the queens.
Suddenly bishop on a4 is...
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. Yes, now Ray has to go bishop b3. Bishop takes, knight c1 we figured out was a draw. Maybe knight c3 is the better version. Knight c3, because again, look, the knight is restricted, and I have a path with the king. If you go b5, I guess I'll just take b5, bishop b2, and a4.
You are on time.
This guy is restricted.
I have a knight c5 resource.
Yeah, this guy is restricted, and then king f1 and all the way to c4 happens very quickly. So after knight c3, maybe the best chance would be to take and go, I don't know, b5, a4 in some order. Like say b5, here, a4, here, you go here.
But you know, my king is a bit faster than yours.
Yeah, the king is a lot faster than mine. Yeah. Actually, I have to run with the king, and you might have c4. Okay, this is way too far. This is way too far.
After queen d1, only 1 minute left in.
For Ray Robson.
For Ray Robson.
Yeah, so he just discovered that after queen takes, bishop takes, he cannot really take b2.
b2. Unexpected move.
I'm switching to bot 5 just to see what happens there.
Wow.
Queen, wait, queen on c8. How did it happen? So after queen d1, that is the only, or not the only, but the last.
Queen e6.
Queen e6, a4 was played. Knight to c8.
a5.
a5, knight to d6. Carlsbad knight.
Yeah.
Now, apparently, queen c2 2 was
Check.
strong. He went queen h1 check, that's all right. King g8,
And
queen h5, and
Queen
queen to c8.
a pawn
A pawn is
is
stopped.
stopped.
I mean, you can go a6 and take g4, but
If
yeah,
no mate, it's not interesting.
there will
for
be
white.
check, check, check here. The king is the problem. We have to have a king on g2.
Let's move it.
Can we do something like that? And then, now I realize what it is. Queen b7 is a very, very serious resource.
Okay, we
Check, king f8,
not c3.
and
King c3.
b4 is hanging. King c3, queen here, right? Queen here. If queen e2, knight here. No, not queen a4, and knight b5 is a threat.
Queen b2.
Queen b2, maybe queen d1, and knight b5 is the threat. And queen back,
how
and
to lose the game,
queen back.
Another
and then
nice
again,
lesson.
How to lose the
How-
game
how
with
to
white.
lose
Yeah, it's like just overlook knight b5 checkmate. Okay, so queen c8 is stopping the pawn, but also queen b7 or queen b8 is the idea.
Okay, our queen on h5 is.
Strangely, is kind of misplaced, right?
And if check on g5.
Check on g5, I guess king f8,
Knight
knight h5, queen a6. That is remarkable, because you would think it's a checkmate. No, knight e8. And because of all these checks, I
It's
think
a draw.
white king cannot hide. Yeah, so we have, no, we don't have knight f6, because this is check.
Check, and g pawn is faster than a pawn, yeah?
Yeah.
And also we have an extra
knight.
Yeah, that's the reason.
So that's interesting. Here, apparently, white was winning with an immediate a6 without a check. So now, if you were to go here, you still can go queen a4.
Which is much better than the queen on h5.
Yeah, knight b5, and then it says bring the king to safety. First, actually, I was not wrong. That's what computer does. King f1 hides it, and then eventually somehow goes e4. I mean, I can see these lines. I'm not even sure like if white's completely winning, but that's a better chance for sure. So there was a6, there was something else. Queen to c2. Queen c2 hits this. If I go knight c4, queen f5 is winning. Yeah.
Queen f5, it is.
Yeah, it feels right. Yes, black cannot even move this knight. Cannot even move this knight. Anyway, fast forward to the present. We have, sorry, knight d6. We have a check, king g8, queen h5, and queen to c8.
No, Shimon is knight defender.
Yeah, no. That's seriously, that's a very good. He's putting up a very good fight. And by the way, that is already move 39. So we were thinking he's in a big time trouble. He was in a big trouble on the board. His position was terrible, but the time trouble part, he somehow managed not to lose in a time trouble. I have an idea. If I do, no, it's nonsense. Thought if I go here, yeah, if you take with the queen, I'm very happy. Yeah, knight takes, check, king f8. No, I was just thinking, yes, a6, but not only queen a6 is enough for a draw because you will have checks, but also knight d6
is enough for the win.
For a win, yes, because when I take, the pawn is stopped. No, trying to be brilliant doesn't work in this position. That's very tricky again. And again, if I play this, for instance, So you play your queen b7.
Uh-huh.
Wait, that's queen g5. It's again, it's very tricky because I see computer was giving two different moves. And I thought, okay, if I go king d1, it doesn't matter. But apparently queen b7 is just bad. Queen b8 is...
To cover the d8 square?
Yeah, queen b8 is kind of the best move in the position. So the problem with queen b7 that we go here. Now to f8 we go here. And after knight e8 we go to f5. And after queen b4 we go queen
your
e7.
idea is...
Wow, beautiful. Beautiful.
What's your idea? To exchange the queens
Yeah,
and to move the pawn.
Attack, and the pawn cannot be stopped, right? a6. If you go knight b5, there's knight c6. If you go knight c4, there's knight c8. And yeah, pretty much.
Nice knight on e7, because if you take it...
Yeah, if you take, it's just a6, a7, a8.
Yeah.
Well, but this line, wait a second, so white has to look for this line, in fact. How did we manage?
King d1 was your idea.
Yeah, but why don't I go here, and
here.
then go king d1? Then you go queen b8. No, wait, I'm doing something stupid. King d1, so queen b7 loses, we figured it out, but queen b8 is not different, right? Check, king f8, and not getting anywhere. I guess this is something. Queen b4, check, king, whatever.
Maybe after the check we cannot protect our queen from a lot of checks.
You mean queen c7, there will be perpetual? Yeah, very likely. How though? Check.
And f5 also.
King f3, queen e4, here. That's cool. That's cool. Yeah. That's cool because you would think random checks, but it's only h7.
Oh, the b1 h7 diagonal.
Yeah, you give checks from this diagonal. It's only h7, and the reason is that if king g2, you have a check on e4, and if king g1, you have to have a check from b1.
Not from g6, because
queen
g3.
g3. Yeah.
Forcing exchange.
Well, it's confusing to us, but this is possible to figure out for the players. So I'm not really that surprised. Anyway, move number 40 for white to play, and Shant has, 20 minutes, and we do not know what the best chance is. For Robson and Savian, I think that there have been serious updates.
Yeah,
possibly they've reached
exchange on d1.
So queen takes, bishop takes. And Robson went knight b3.
Back. Yeah.
Knight b3, but knight b3 allows white to go
c3.
Knight c3, and this looks like an extra pawn. I mean, again, still black has some compensation.
It
was an extra pawn from the long time ago, yeah. But what was without the bishops, at least like it was easier for me to take on c3, say, okay, this knight is maybe good, and so on, blocks something. Now bishop c3 would be just a lost position. I feel like two bishops, yeah, somehow advance on the king side, extra pawn, win.
After king
knight c3, king f8,
f4,
f4, and king e7, and he went
king f2,
king f2,
king d7,
e5 question mark.
e5 is a big dream of white position for a long time.
To close this bishop. All right. It's actually, hang on. There's also an argument for f5 because like black cannot take it, right? This would mean you cannot take back because the knight is hanging, and bishop c4, white would just take another pawn.
And h2 pawn is
now you have that So f5, bishop c4 is there. Nah. Now this is a very, very good square.
Looks like a mistake because the pawn structure now is blocked.
Yeah. Now here, I feel like there should be almost like a forced way of winning for
Of
white.
course, e5 was.
e5 played,
Yeah.
king.
Bishop.
Wait.
Ah, no,
So
no,
it
no.
wasn't king d6,
Ah.
sorry. It was king d7, right? And was
Ah,
it king
It
d7?
was king d6 before, but it was I don't know.
You mean
It was
Pigeon error,
PG,
something.
yeah.
Okay, let me update because I feel like we've been lied to.
It was replaced.
I got it. Just a second. Because why I'm asking so with such a stubbornness, because king d7, f5 was winning. F5 was winning.
Because after
this knight a4. It's not an obvious tactic, but basically knight b6 cannot be stopped. And this knight is So it's moreover bishop b3, knight c5 is hanging. So it's kind of accidental tactic, but f5 was like winning on a spot after king d7.
It was 30.
So king d7, e5, bishop f8, and so that's like a real, maybe first real miss. e5, bishop f8, knight to e4, and bishop to e7.
You are playing e5 automatically.
Yeah, fair.
But
fair, but
it's
f5. You still gotta pay attention because it's
it's tactic.
It's tactics after all, and very often the easiest way of winning the endgame is like by finding yet another tactical trick.
The knight is on b3 is
Can't really move. Can't really move still. Can't really move. How do we win? How do we win? Knight here.
Maybe bishop e2, bishop b5.
Bishop e2.
But you can move on c6 with the king.
I guess we can return, put the bishop on b5 anyway.
It's not a mate, but
it's close.
It's close.
It's close. There is also h3, for instance.
And g4?
And yes, I guess I want to go g4. If you go h4, I was getting a feeling that I might be able to win this pawn. I'm not sure if it's true, but yeah, h3. I guess you don't want to be playing h3 until you get to move 40. Time situation: 3 minutes 30 seconds for Sevian, and
after
seconds. No 3 minutes, but just seconds for Sevian. Yeah, now because Sam at some point he was much more.
His time.
He was much more comfortable. Yeah, he was much more comfortable on a clock, but not anymore. Now I'm not. Wait. Can I? Now it doesn't make sense. You can take with the bishop, right?
The knight is hanging also, yeah, only 4.
One move ago, f5 would still be good, by the way. f5 would still be good.
But maybe e5 pawn now is a weakness?
I don't know.
No problem to defend it, yeah? Knight c5.
Bishop g7, bishop f4, knight
c5.
c5, king e3. I guess, yeah, like especially in the time trouble, you're not sure. You're not sure, yeah. So I'm withdrawing this f5 idea. Here.
And bishop e2.
Bishop e2 to b5.
To
yeah,
b5,
the one that you suggested. Nice. Somehow half or larger half of black's pieces getting dominated, right? The knight cannot really go too far.
Of course.
The benefit of going bishop e2 is that a4 attempt to free the knight. We just go bishop b5 and take it. King c6, knight c3. Move 37. I think we'll
Very
make
close to the time control.
Yeah, I think we'll make it to move 40, and then we'll
can give some checks and just.
There is also this. So bishop b5, but also bishop f3, knight b5,
b5.
and again looks kind of very active. I guess maybe you use this moment to go knight c5. And then it's something strange.
Okay, if check.
Check, king c7.
After king b6, I think
Before,
is...
yeah, before wins a piece.
Yeah.
You cannot go king b6. Yeah, so here, I'm not sure. So I thought this is a good idea to go to e3, but you can return, and I will have to return. Wait. Actually, do
Now,
I?
nice idea how to reach the 40.
Yeah, maybe.
The move
Yeah,
40.
repeat once, and then get to move 40. Yeah, knight c5 played. Move 37, knight c5 played. So there is bishop b5, there is bishop f3. Bishop f3, I guess we go back to d7.
Maybe knight d5.
This one we don't care. We just go here, we take e7,
And b7.
and we take b7. Yeah, so that should be like
Should be winning.
completely winning. Yeah, two bishops are
That's why he played.
powerhouse.
Yeah, I like this bishop
So
f3 check. Yeah.
bishop f3 check, king d7, knight d5. What? Black has to go bishop f8 or something. Still, like we are very close, but still didn't win just yet. So check, king d7. Two moves to the time control. Seconds.
Okay, we can just play king e2 to prevent all the checks.
No, we didn't prevent all the checks.
King
King
d2.
d2, yeah,
King
I agree.
c2 if we need it.
Yeah, nice. Actually.
But
He did go knight d5,
Knight
which is
d5.
all right. It doesn't spoil anything because black's best move is here, and then you can go king e2, I guess. Then you can go king e2, or
but on c3 the knight is blocking the
b
pawn.
pawn.
Yeah.
Actually, not sure. Like I think, okay, there was this f5 chance that was winning, and
Maybe
if
it's
not
the
for
only-
f5, yeah, like maybe it's the only real improvement that we can suggest, because here what white does makes perfect sense. And knight d5, Ray didn't play bishop f8 just yet, so of course he is considering the possibility to kind of try to win the pawn back. But no, bishop f8. Bishop f8. This doesn't make any sense now.
Let's
You just go back to c7. Maybe it does make sense because you can repeat and it's move 40.
Yeah.
And
then you.
And then you have have extra half an hour, and you can calculate this position. So maybe knight b6 is not such a bad. Or knight f6, by the way.
He played king e2 and
King
it's
e2 here.
move 40.
So he reached move 40. Apparently b5 is what the black can do, and maybe has to do, just to move the pawns a little. Because Ray is also very short on time, right?
But
Ray is also very short on time.
The last move before the time control, that's why maybe it's
20
maybe
seconds.
b5 it is not a move you will calculate with the move 40, because it's interesting,
committal decision. Yeah. But again, like if you think of it, what are the options? It's not like what
I don't know, knight b3 just.
Knight b3, but the knight was on b3, and we were not happy with the knight on b3. Yeah, I guess. I mean, you can go.
Yeah, but b5.
Even here, I guess.
He did
play b5. Wait. So king e2, b5, and
trying to use this knight on d5, not on c3.
I guess this will be it. They've reached the time control. This game goes to the overtime, I wanted to say. Both players get 30 minutes increment now. And yeah, Sam...
Are you expecting a long?
I guess, yeah. No, I mean, it should be a winning position for Sam Savian, but it's still not even clear how you win, because like your extra pawn is on the king side. This is it's actually not that easy to achieve, right? If you go h3, black goes h4.
If G3,
If g3, you cannot go h3 because black will take it.
G3, bishop G2,
Yeah, I
H3,
understand.
and then
And
how
then
to
g4 is hard, right?
yeah.
I'm not saying like there is no way to make progress, but it'll be poco poco, very slow. So yeah, we have the time for sure. This game will last relatively long. And
what-
then boat 5. Shant is back at the board.
and you know the queen on B7. Maybe it's a chance for
Wow,
some.
it's not a chance, it's a winning position. So queen, king d1, queen b7, queen g5, king f8,
and
and
queen D7
apparently queen d8 is
on the
winning
board.
now. Queen d8 on the board.
And
Wow, that is cool. Wait, but why is he sitting? Ah, because the camera is logging. That's crazy now. Because yeah, king f8 and queen d8. We will see it now. I'm the prophet. He will play queen d8 check now. Look at the camera, guys. Queen to d8. Yeah. So apparently the signal from the camera travels to our commentary room slower than the PGN. Now, if I went to g7, then after knight h5, king
G6.
g6, queen h8.
And if
How exactly do I win? I mean, I understand I'm winning, but how exactly do I win? Ah, it's mate in 3. Okay. h5. Wow. That's actually I could miss it. Yeah, from e5. Nice. But that means so king g6, queen h8. It's just like it's over. Yeah, it's over.
mating.
It's kind of mating net. Yeah. Knight c4 to defend e5. White goes here. White goes here, 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 queen e7. Ah, actually, it's a cool move. Queen e7. Defend the pawn. Defend the pawn, and again. No, I'm just like looking at. I understand it's not a real consideration, king g7. So when he was planning to go for this position, he obviously meant that knight e8, right?
And after knight f5.
But yeah, apparently knight f5, queen b4, queen g7
Queen
just works.
e7 is very nice.
Just works, the line that we looked at. Actually, king g7 and not knight e8. So
You know that the queen or the king on g7
yeah.
here.
Yeah, king g7 is officially a move already. So Goulash has played king g7. So Shant is winning by force if he goes knight h5.
Is it easy to
Yeah, but that's what I'm trying to understand.
to solve this?
So here,
looks like a puzzle.
g6, queen h8. This one we already know it's a checkmate, right? Check, here, check. I mean, it's actually queen g7 is also a checkmate in 2. Yeah. So it's not as complicated. Shant has half an hour, so he should be able to find. And yeah, and knight c4 is a bit confusing, of course. Knight f4, king f5. But even if I go, say, queen f8 to just defend the pawn. Ah, this is the danger. They want to go in.
f3, f2.
But even then,
If we stop,
like I go,
maybe queen b5.
this some queen b5, right? And then if this check, you have this counter
Another
check.
counter check.
Counter check, which is
It's really
crazy.
situation
Which is
then.
crazy. I go, look, I go to d2, and you just casually go king f3, or wait, no, king f3. King f3 is not so cool. King f3, somehow I'm winning with this. So what you do, you first go queen c4, so that you're trading.
Take with the queen.
Yeah, you're threatening the perpetual. I take this guy, king f3, and It's not a perpetual check just yet after queen f5, but you will take both pawns, I guess, and the king is, or maybe it is a perpetual check, I'm not sure. Check, queen c2,
Queen a1,
check.
queen a5 with a check.
Yeah, no, and without a check, like
Without.
queen a5. No, I mean, definitely I'm not playing for a win. I mean, first of all, it's what? It's 2 pawns already for the knight and a very, very active king. Now, this is something that I had to be more clever about.
Look on the board. We achieved this position with
Yeah,
the
yeah,
knight
yeah, yeah.
On h5
Yeah,
and the queen
yeah,
on
yeah.
e5.
Knight h5, king g6, queen h8 is on the board.
And maybe king f5 is the only attempt to survive with the king.
Ah, yeah, so to kind of run forward.
Run forward. Yeah.
Run, Forest, run. Queen f6, king e4, king
e2,
c2.
c2.
King c2
To
is a
avoid the check
cool
on b5,
move. Yeah, and that
And
is
the
that
next
is
move-
just winning.
Next move.
Because knight g3 is such a big threat, and this one is kind of not the same.
Yeah.
Not the same. Right. Let's see. Because on one hand, I'm tempted to kind of make a break after the time control, but if Shimon Gumulash plays it now, we are not allowed to miss. I think we are not allowed to miss the end of this game.
Does it remind you something from the classical games?
Which one you mean?
I-
I think you mean some game, but I don't know which one.
Maybe you will remind something.
No. I don't
no
know.
idea.
No, I mean the pattern, of course, is familiar. Then yeah, okay. Basically, the king is getting checkmated, but out of the top of my head, I'm not sure if I have any example to say. Okay, this is I don't know Petrosian with Spassky this year or that year. No, no, I don't know. Like when the king is kind of going into f3, I had something very similar in my game. But not without the queens. Against Zigurd Slanka, so who is, I guess now people don't know him. He was kind of a Soviet, decent grandmaster, and he was a theoretician. I think he worked for and worked with like some strong players in the 90s even. Yeah, and it was an endgame, and yet still it was unexpected. We had like rooks, bishops, knights, and then black king made it all the way to f3 and. Like I won the game at the end, but it was draw at some point. So nothing works. Nothing works for Shimon.
f5 is also
Knight f4, king f7, queen h7. Now I kind of have, with white I have like almost a full tempo, because you don't take this one with a check, right?
Yeah.
So any move like that, I can just, I mean, I guess I could continue giving checks, but at some point I'm jumping with the knight. Let's say I go here, threatening
Knight
queen
c8
e7,
to avoid the
knight
mate.
c8, and we didn't avoid anything. So check, check.
And mate after,
check,
yeah.
and this one or the no f8. Forget about f8. You pre-move queen d7. Right? That's how
Yeah.
modern people play chess. Yeah, you just pre-move queen d7.
The knight and the queen.
Yeah, that's beautiful, by the way. Like,
You need only 2 pieces to checkmate in some positions.
in some positions, yeah. And at the very end, yes, Shimon Gumulaj made a mistake, this queen b7
Queen
instead of
b7,
queen b8.
yeah.
But the scenario that we were describing, remember, a long time ago, that white creates some threats to the king, and this a pawn is not really promoting, but it distracts the pieces. So black cannot simultaneously defend his king and stop the a pawn.
And you know, he
guess-
spent only 3 minutes after the time control.
I guess we might have to ask for a little break, because this can, like, you know, I thought he will be playing faster, but now we cannot really wait for half an hour. Okay, maybe let's switch to Sevian again, if you're fine with it, just to see, and in Sevian's game, I guess that's a good time to take a break because Sevian's camera is hanging, and here Gumulaj did not make a move. He's thinking here. So I guess some 5-10 minutes we should have, question mark.
Let's
Right?
do
Yeah, let's take a short break. Stay with us. There are two games running, and in both of them it seems that white is objectively winning. we are back after a final break today. Two games are still in progress in this round 7. Shant Sargsyan is seemingly winning against Shimon Gumulaji. You can see for yourself. The evaluation bar is sky high in White's favor.
Maybe before we will follow the games, I will ask you about the impressions about the Jermuk. What is the most?
I told you, I think, and I mean, I told the viewers as well that that's my first time in Armenia, my first time in Jermuk. And I've heard, yeah, like you hear about like how good it is, like in terms of nature, fresh air, and so on and so on. But hearing is one thing, being here and feeling it for yourself is another. And it's again, I could tell how great it is, but it's much better if you come once and you see. Yeah, so I'm very pleased, and especially like, it's been quite a few weeks, I want to say, of nervous life and so on. So here I'm really enjoying the peace and quiet. So really, really impressed.
And
That's
what
very nice.
place in the town is your favorite here?
I think the coffee place.
The
No, come on. I mean, there's like a lot of nice places to walk. I think the one that we made, this walk
around
around the river or following the river in a canyon. That was pleasant. Yeah, I mean, like pretty much anywhere where you hear the birds singing, you breathe this air, and it's absolutely fantastic.
It's really nice place for chess.
Yeah, but what discussion we have had a couple of times, and maybe that is like, a mild suggestion that we are lucky in a sense that we can, walk, and even in the evening, players, not only they play, but they have to prepare.
Yeah.
And it would be nice to have one free day at least, so that maybe not that they are very tired, but they don't get much to see the surroundings, to have one day in their life to disconnect from chess and just experience the nature here.
And how many hours are players spend?
Preparing, yeah, that's a good question. I mean, it's a question to the players, not myself, right?
And what about you?
I have a feeling I was always lazy, but the times were different, right? The times were different. Back then, you could say, okay, I'll just play knight f3, g3, and whatever. Now, I believe if you do that, you give such big odds so that everybody has to prepare. You cannot really just skip the opening, right? You have to prepare. It depends. Like what we used to say that you either work during the tournament or before the tournament, and that's like very obvious. If you in general, if you have like good opening repertoire, you have like a lot of analysis. You just need to repeat, maybe refresh your knowledge for, I don't know, 1 hour, half an hour, and that is it. If all of a sudden you're unsure and you have to work on particular line, then you can spend up to 5 hours. There have been instances where people were preparing for the game longer than the game itself, right?
And we know that Artemiev came with all his family, and another players are with alone or with any.
Yeah, like Samuel Savian is with his dad.
With his dad.
That Aravind, I think.
He's alone, maybe. And Nikhal Sarin with his mother.
Yeah. So there are family members of some players here. Okay.
And all Armenian players are has a big an army of supporters. Yeah.
Yes, of course. Yeah, like it's very, very logical that even though like you have people who work in chess federation, so like you would say they should be neutral. They are the tournament organizers, but of course it's very logical. You support the local players, and the move has been made, and the move is knight to c4, defending e5, check, king f5, and then apparently The most precise, actually not sure what's the most precise. It's probably the same thing. You go here,
King f6.
king f6.
Because maybe after king e2 should be made.
Yeah, king e4. We had a different. I was giving some different check because here it's king e2 and it's just a checkmate from h1.
f5.
I feel like
f5.
yeah,
king and
h7,
king.
f5, and then queen h1. Right. So check, king back to f6, and queen h4 is strong apparently. And when you go here, so it's not as straightforward. You have to get the king here, and then you go queen e7. And that is, again, that is not me being smart, that's computer being smart. If I don't see it, let's say I
If
gave
check on
check.
if check on h7.
H7 is sort of the same. They have to go
And
here.
if check on h6 is
They go
I see
here, and now
it
it's
is a
like we
mistake, yeah.
lost. Yeah, we lost part of our advantage. So still has to be very precise. Check, king f5, queen e7, or king g7, and
Also.
still queen e7. Yeah, you defend. And this line we even had again defending. So that's the point of queen e7. You just defend the pawn. And if I go
And what are our threats after
knight e6,
Ah,
knight e6, followed by queen g5, followed by queen g7.
g7 mate, yeah, checkmate.
And with the king on f5, let's check if king f5, queen e7. Then our threat is to take the pawn, right? Let's say queen here. How do we checkmate? Okay, I mean king e1 is cool, but
It's unbelievable.
Okay. Yeah, king e1 is cool, of course, but that's not something we. Wait a second. F3. What is f3? If pawn takes, queen f7.
Queen f7.
King e4, queen
e6.
checkmate, right? Oh, knight e5, queen e5. If this, queen
h5,
h5,
maybe h3 and g5.
no, not h3.
g5.
I go to f2, and then it's knight h3, and then it's queen g1. Wow. Or I go to h2, and then it's h4, and g3, and I take on f3 and queen g2.
Let's
It's not trivial.
update the moves.
I have to say it's not trivial.
Because I see something happen.
Some movement there,
Yeah.
right? So what did we have? We had this position for sure. Had this position for sure. King's on f5. Now queen h5 was played, and queen h4 was played.
All precise move.
For now, yeah, all the moves are correct. Again, computer's line is to go here, defend e6. But then white is kind of relaxed because there is no threat of perpetual check. White
a6 maybe is also possible.
Yeah, white is seemingly winning on every front. We have to watch out for this. I was thinking maybe king e2, king f1, or...
And if we take a pawn on g4, couple of moves before. Yeah, here. Is
queen
it
g4, king f8.
And no checks.
And knight d3.
Knight
and I
d3.
guess we are winning, but it's a longer game. I guess we are winning because, yeah, like some precision required, but queen e2, queen c2, king e2.
It's not.
Queen c8, they go back.
Nothing changed, yeah.
Yeah, they are threatening check and queen c2 and take the knight. Sean success standing after queen h4. So does it mean he has everything calculated? Or?
You know, it's allowed to play.
After Lireza's participation, I know everything is allowed. Yeah.
On the bed?
Yeah, I'm referring to poor Lireza Ferrugia, who had some accident with his one of his foots or legs, whatever, and he was playing in a very strange position. So you guys can
And you know he
Google it.
lost, and then after some break, he won a lot of games, and
playing in this in this condition. Yeah. Right, so queen h4, still no move because there is no sufficient move. Again, so what was the line? So here, and I said queen f5, queen b5, pardon. Now king e1 is the best, f3 is the second best. Let's say I'm doing something like humanly understandable. They go here, and then if I go queen h7, they go here, and now the only move is queen to c2, which
to defend the pawn.
I do not necessarily like. I mean, I understand where I'm going, but
It's not made after
it's
the
not
check.
made. Yeah, it's not made. So yeah, that's probably black's best chance. I feel like king
to
f5.
activate the king.
Yeah, king f5 and try to run forward. And I understand, yes, f3, cool, some checkmate. I don't
And what the
understand.
key of the king a1 move?
King e1, I guess you don't have a check, and then
Okay.
you just don't have a check. If you move the knight, it's checkmate in one. Oh wait,
It's
it's a Zugzwang. Yeah, g3, check here, check here,
and mate on
h1,
h1 and h5.
and on h5. Wow, that is surprising. Did he make a move? No, not yet. Oh wait, it's not even the real position. That is the real position after queen h4.
And what?
King f5. Yes,
F5.
he did play king f5. No,
So
absolutely
we
correct.
are a bit faster than the video, yeah.
Yeah,
Our screen is
the Pigeons are.
faster than the video, yeah.
So now the key move is queen e7, because even like looking at other computer suggestions, you can go with a couple of checks and then return to queen e7 plan. I'm thinking the alternative could be knight d3, kind of human alternative. So I'm defending the pawn and kind of defending the knight closer to the king, but then still after queen b5, it's not clear how I'm winning. And then if I go here, for instance,
Knight b2.
knight b2, and I'm in trouble. I mean, in trouble as in like it's hard to win. Then maybe impossible to win. So still precision is required. Still precision is required, but queen e7 is looks logical at least.
Queen e7 on the board.
Queen e7 on the board. No, Shant plays very well. This game he plays very well.
Yeah, fantastic.
And that's one of the, like really professional games in terms of like there was a bit of opening preparation or like original idea. Then when he had to act and go like active, like with this g4 and so on, he went for it. And now he plays the end in a very, very precise way.
And the queen is on b5.
Queen b5 was played
very fast.
Queen b5 was played very fast, and now we know that what? King e1.
No.
King e1, the
On
one
the
that I
board.
was, on the PGN file. Now we will see it. Now we will see it.
And Zugzwang here.
And it's Zugzwang, exactly. Again, f6, we think we discussed already. And it's queen h7, queen h5, okay, easy. Moving the queen somewhere would mean check here, check here. This is what the king from e1 does. It defends the pawn.
The pawn and
among other
mate
things,
in
yeah,
one.
queen h1, yeah. No, but I was like confused. Yes, king e1 is cool, but is it really just the Zugzwang? No, it's also the fact that you defend this pawn and you are threatening 1, 2, 3, and there is no defense. Impressive, seriously. That is.
Yesterday you show us some position It was a puzzle.
Oh, the study, you mean that complicated study by Oleg Pervakov? Yeah, but
He won. Yeah.
this is it. Yeah, King E1 and Shimon Gumulaj resigned, which sends him to the last place in the cross table, and Shant climbs back to 50% with this very, very impressive victory. So again, congratulations. Well played. This so far seems like the best game.
Especially in the end, he was very precise.
Yeah, very precise in the end, and like, yes, aggressive play in the opening. When he needed to break through, he broke through. Very pleasant feeling about this game.
So
The last game remaining is Ray Robson.
Hello everyone, I'm RP and I'm here to...
Pardon me, misclicked. And it seems that Stepan is thinking, but not really. That is, I believe we see the back of Ray Robson, who is thinking, and Gumulaj is...
But what is happening on the...
They're just discussing the game.
Ah.
They're just discussing, kind of,
but it doesn't
not
look like
really
it is
analyzing. You mean this camera is also
on the
no, we just seen Sam Savian walking. Okay.
Now it's
and so you mean this is also the feed is kind of delayed? Yes, very likely. I guess that's the real live camera. That's the real live camera. And Sam is walking, and we have to check what Sam's positions look like. Okay, let me see. Let me find. Okay, so some development. Knight f6 played, king to c7, bishop d5, knight a4, b3. And then the knight is about to get trapped. No, seriously, like if you go knight b2, it's just doesn't make any sense. If you go here, I think knight e8. You
disconnecting.
Yeah, disconnecting the king from the knight, so it's king d8, check, king e8.
We are winning another pawn after
They
check on
take
c6.
they take a3.
Check.
This. And okay, now I say because takes, and this would be hard to win, or I mean probably possible but hard to win. But a4 is very good. a4, they take,
and a
bishop check, king e4, and then this is one weakness, and the other weakness is our potential passed pawn, and this should be a technical task, right? So B.
Too many advantage with this knight on black knight.
Yeah, the knight has never came back, and it was again like if we travel back in time, there was a moment where black.
Let's remember the time.
Black could go knight d4, and it was, well, at least computer was claiming it was equal. Black went knight a1, sort of overlooking that white can do this, and you cannot take b2 because bishop d4, knight is getting trapped. Until the end of the game, this knight remains a problem. So white could have won with f5 at some point, and even the way it is, knight a4, b3. Well, I guess you can go back to. Can you go back to c5? No, f7 is hanging, right? Wait, is it right? Yes. So he went knight a4. He thought he is going for counterplay. Now, if you go back, it's just 2 pawns down instead of 1. Knight b2. Well, it looks terrible, but maybe. So, like, I take this guy. You take a3. I cannot solve this, right? I mean, cannot kind of keep this.
No, but the knight on b2
has no moves. So let's say I take this guy. They take. I go check. King c6, b7, c6.
And if e6, e7, e8. No?
Yeah, very good question. I guess just winning. this, this,
Knight
this.
d7, maybe.
Still somehow confusing. Still confusing. I was hoping
But
to
you
win on
have
the spot.
no moves with the knight on b2. That's why
They take.
maybe just protect the pawn with the king.
King
But
c2.
after the trade you have
They take.
you
Take.
have
I
a
attack this
square
guy.
on c4.
Knight
But
c4.
you know the pawn on e7.
That's a weird position. I mean, I believe White is winning. I'm just like surprised that he's not winning immediately. Maybe he is. Just like move the bishop, and that would be it. Weird. Okay. So, what's the situation? B3. B3. Ray is on
Ray
5 minutes. It's kind of still enough time. The time's okay. Position's not okay.
Yeah, I'm still thinking about this move.
Knight
Knight
b6.
knight a1. No, knight a1.
Yeah. That is
I
definitely.
think it's a crucial moment of the game.
Yeah, that's definitely when things went wrong, and after that, Sam maybe missed a couple of kind of stronger moves, but was
But he's not
never never let it slip entirely. So he always controlled the advantage. How easy it is. So basically, knight c5, bishop f7 is boring.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
It's
two
two
pawns,
pawns.
and like eventually you will
Maybe
win.
a3 pawns is hanging, but how
I
to
like
use
to
it?
move I don't even see like where could you
On
possibly
e6
jump.
to stop the pawn on e5.
d6,
a4.
a4, right? a4. Yeah, so this looks boring. This looks kind of technical. Check this, bishop c6, bishop d7 is the only move. Take on d7, go a4. So you gotta
check on b4.
Yeah, you can give a check on b4, king here, maybe even like go here. White goes. Wait. I just realized that this can happen, and then it's not so easy.
King
Like
d5,
with the king on d5 is not so easy. Oh, because I'm playing a stupid move. I can just go here, takes, king d5, bishop c3. Right. I just realized it's bishop c3, and it's over. Basically, after that, I don't need to take, right? I just can
h3,
g3,
h3,
g4. Yeah, this is it. This is it. And finally,
there are still some technical questions.
yeah, maybe. But finally, there is this knight b2, where at least I cannot keep it simple. I mean, I cannot. So ideal case scenario for me. I don't want to give any chance, right? So I don't want black to take this pawn, that pawn. I just want to like win calmly. Maybe this is my way of winning calmly.
Knight
Check
b2 is
here.
idea just to confuse the opponent.
I guess. I mean
guy on b2.
to attack a3. Check king d7. Can I go knight d6? Bishop takes, pawn takes, king takes. But no. But then the knight is escaping, right? I mean, I win the pawn, but again, it's a technically winning position. Two bishops and an extra pawn, but not my favorite way. So I guess we have to go for this, and all that. How did you?
Knight d5,
Knight
and then
d5,
e6,
king
maybe.
c6, e6, yeah. Which is a bit confusing, but also for young players, it's probably the better way of calculating. Just realized something, that we are hanging now. So I will switch to this view, and we have to update our camera. Wait, how was it? Think this what we had to do.
So it is the last game
Yeah,
today.
it's a last game of today, and yeah, overall, it's one of the rounds that I cannot complain about. I mean, it's a nice, really nice scenario that two games that were kind of relatively eventless, so there was not much in those two draws, but they happen very quickly. And then we end with two games that
interesting
are,
games.
yeah, that are very, very interesting. Okay.
And tomorrow, in the eighth round, the pairings are Avagyan Gumurdash, Robson, Sargsyan Shant, Donchenko Savian, Aravind Artemiev, and Mikhal Sarin Akapen. Around?
So none of the leaders playing each other. Can I have it just for a second? So what do we have? Vanishan 50%, Shant 50%, Robson, if he loses, will be on 50%. So Sevian will be one of the leaders.
With 4 points.
4 out of 7. Artemiev is the second leader, and Nihal is the third leader. Is that correct? I think it is. Yeah. And then again, they are not playing each other. Nihal will be. Nihal has double white. So he had white today, and he will have the white pieces tomorrow. And if, let's say, the status quo is somehow kept, in the very last round, Artemiev has white against Nihal Sarin. So that could be kind of decisive game for the tournament. I don't know.
No, but today Nihal, I think in the opening he wasn't very.
He was not even like gave us this impression that he was not even trying, right? Okay. So there is that. What's the real position?
I think after B3.
After B3 there was still no move. No, knight B2 played.
Knight B2.
Yes. Yes.
So you're a nice.
Yeah, I
psychologist
know.
of,
Yeah, I know how it goes. Like I'm afraid I've been in this situation many times when you understand this loses trivially and you have to gamble, even though objectively this is like even
This is the way
faster win.
how general chess players are thinking. You have 3 different lines, which is one is lose immediately, another loses immediately. So you don't need to calculate it.
The third one,
third
yeah, you
one.
just go for the third one because you hope that there is something.
This
Yeah?
is very useful for children or for amateurs because I don't know, maybe in our life.
Yeah, to use this in real life, I'm not sure because like losing the game is as painful as it gets. It's like there will be another game. Like, if you make, some terrible mistake in life.
Okay, but in business maybe.
Yeah, no, but in all seriousness, you could use it, right? The so-called method of elimination, so that you have X possibilities and you eliminated X minus one of them, and then you have the last one, which is your to-go move, and you just pray for it to work. By the way, can I be a boring person and play bishop e4? So
to stop the knight on b2?
Yeah, the idea is that like somehow we surround this knight on b2, because now bishop a3, king here, a4, and I was hoping for bishop c1 to win a piece. I guess it's still somewhat tricky, right? Knight d3.
Bishop a3?
Knight f... I mean, what's tricky? It's 3 pawns.
Left
At least
on
at least one pawn will be alive, right? No. That's also a win, more or less convincing.
And it is enough to take the pawn on f7 and just to move the pawn on e6.
Yeah, this one is... you mean at the end of this other line? Right, now wait, where was the other line? Now I'm completely confused. No, not that one. I've tried already so many lines. Yeah, knight f4, and you don't even need to defend
knight
this
g5,
one.
knight f7, and just e6, e7.
Yeah. No, of course. So it's like white could be looking for a little bit less crazy variation, right? Just to
bishop
exchange the bishop.
e4 is very solid here.
And I think it's also quite forcing, because if you go here, bishop a3, bishop c1 still works. So white is still winning a piece. So it could be, it depends on like what you start to consider first, because I understand like everything is winning, and it's just a question like what you prefer and which move you started to calculate with. If you make bishop f7 work, good for you.
e6, e7, yeah.
Yeah,
or
good for you. Bishop e4, a little bit more boring, but also very convincing. This one, I'm not so sure. Remember the line,
to
yeah,
cover
was knight
the pawn on
d6. Yeah,
a3,
yeah.
you mean?
To cover the pawn on a3 to take, and then knight goes to d3. It's again, it's a winning position, right? But it will take you more time to win, to convert.
The longest way to.
So that is not the greatest. Now I'm confused. Is it the same camera, or is it? Yeah, Ray Robson. Ray Robson. Wait, if Ray
still
Robson,
just a bit faster than the camera.
if Ray Robson is thinking, I mean, if Ray Robson, now we have Savian thinking in PGN.
I mean that the PGN is faster than.
Okay, we have some different playing halls. So what's happening here? Here we have Savian thinking. Here we have Ray Robson thinking, and here we have them both seated. So I don't know which is which. They're both sitting. Yeah. So let's watch from here. So yeah, Sam is still thinking after knight to b2, right? There's nothing else.
Bishop f7, bishop e4. It's maybe equal opportunities, but after bishop is f7.
Bishop a3. No, I mean what I kind of again I'm too old to calculate such stuff. Like what I'm not really liking, that like somehow I'm not winning material, and I will have to, maybe I do win material. I don't know. Bishop d4 for whatever reason.
Knight d3
is very strong, right? Knight d3, e6. I still don't understand why it's such a big advantage, because I go knight c7.
And knight b5 with a tempo.
And I win a piece. But this is very confusing. So bishop f7, check on d5. It seems like pretty random. I don't know. Seems pretty random, and especially, yeah.
And what is the time?
He had what? He had 6 minutes or something. 6 minutes for Savian, 4 minutes for Ray Robson. Bishop e4, pensioner's move was played.
Yeah, I think that bishop e4.
Maybe the most clear cut, seriously, because here you more or less guaranteed that you win a knight.
Yeah, the piece is better than the pawn.
Yeah.
That's it.
You're more or less guaranteed that you win a knight. You come to c2. Again, okay, if they don't take, it's the same, right? You will take.
Take,
and you will go to c2, and you will go to c1. And there's not much to do. There's not much to do. Takes on b3, go knight d3. No, I mean, it's not even serious to discuss. It's just an extra, just an extra knight.
After bishop e4 looks absolutely boring for black here. I don't know what to.
Terrible.
Advise.
The knight is terrible, and it's.
The idea is very simple, just to trade the
king
bishop
c2 and bishop c1.
Bishop c1.
Yeah. Wait, if a4, I'm still not in time. Yeah, it's the same thing, right? I mean, I take, I attack the knight.
The knight?
Yeah, bishop
you
a3,
take on
bishop
b3,
c1.
maybe?
I take the knight, yeah.
Knight first, yeah.
Yeah, I take the knight
You're
first.
not forcing to take the pawn.
Yeah. So it's historical moment, apparently, because I was
maybe the first.
I was told, yes, Sam Savian didn't win a single game last year, 9 draws, and now he had how many? 6 draws. He had 15. Draws. So if he converts this, which is like now seems obvious, it will be He's breaking a series of 15 draws in a row in Jermuk. Have you had any town or maybe a country where you play better than in other places?
For me, it's maybe Budva.
In Budva in Montenegro, right?
Because I won European Championship under 16 in classical, and I won a Blitz under 20 in the same place.
Oh, okay,
That's
nice.
why maybe Budva is my.
Yeah, because strangely, I don't know. I think I had like one tournament which wasn't the full success, but it was a decent result all the time. So Dubai Open, I used to play. So from 2004, which was my first year in Dubai Open, and let's say to like 2012, I've missed maybe 1 year only, and I always scored +4, which never won the tournament, but it was like decent monetary price, so on. And this +4, I would score in every possible way, like lose 2 but win 6. Go undefeated, win 4 games. Like, I don't know. Playing on the first table, if you win the tournament. You make a draw, right? You know, you play somewhere like down, and then you win 2 last games. Everything, and yet, like the result was almost predetermined. You go to Dubai, you have +4 at the end of the 9 rounds. Yes, I had this. I had Romanian league. I was playing since long time ago, almost like a kid. Then there was we didn't participate, and then eventually I came back in 2022, and I lost my first game in the Romanian league, finally. So it was crazy, and sometimes it would even be almost like a mystical thing. I would have absolutely lost possession, but somehow I keep playing, and people make some really stupid mistake, and you know. I believe like one game I saved by some stupid stalemate trick even. So yeah, sometimes there are places that, I mean, first of all, you have to play well, but after, let's say, 2 tournaments, 3 tournaments in the same place, you gotta feel, okay, something is helping me. Yeah.
So you are believe in.
I do believe a little
lucky
bit.
place. Lucky
I
place.
do believe a little bit. Okay, I mean, first of all, it has to be kind of comfortable place for you to play, right? So
Okay,
that
let's
you're not
remember
getting.
that Kramnik won a lot of tournaments in Dortmund.
Yeah.
Mrazevich won a lot of tournaments in Biel.
Yeah, that's right.
Uh,
So there are places. Peter Swidler won a lot of
super finals.
a lot of Russia championships.
In different.
In every possible
cities.
time. Yeah, no, but that also is a valid argument. You can have your favorite place to play, and you can have your favorite tournament. Yeah, so the players are more or less, I mean, not the same, but the idea is kind of the same, like in Peter's case, right? So it's super final, you know. Eight times champion, yeah. And Magnus won how many World Blitz championships? I'm sorry.
Before this Norwegian tournament, there he lost 4 games. I think it was never before.
No. He never lost 4 games in one tournament. But no, I was saying specifically when we were talking about tournaments, like specifically World Blitz Championships, like Magnus won like 5 at the very least. I mean, I'm not sure now with the numbers, but basically, like any recent World Blitz Championship, if it's not Magnus, then it's like a big news. Like, by default, you would think, okay, this guy is gonna win. Do we have? Hang on. Do we have a move after bishop e4? Yeah. Well, we have a lot of moves. Sorry. So the whole line was bishop e4, bishop takes, knight takes, bishop took pawn, king went to c2, a4, bishop, pawn, king, knight d3, bishop a3, knight f4, and the knight went to g5.
As I recommended for white.
Yeah. Is there, wait a second, so after king d7, maybe I don't want to take, right?
Maybe g3.
Maybe that's the time to go g3.
Knight d3.
And you go knight d3,
and if we,
I mean, my problem is like if I take it's King e6, it's not really a
King
problem.
c3.
It's not really a problem,
Just
right?
ask, maybe you want to exchange the knights.
It's not really a problem. Just I want it to be more winning. I understand this one is winning as well, right? And whatever, something. But the more pawns I exchange, the less comfortable I feel. So I want it to be the same way like with this bishop e4 line. I just wanted it to be clear cut.
Okay.
So yeah, we'll see. Did he go? Yeah, king d7. King d7 still needs to find a couple of precise moves. Can I go king c3? Knight. I feel like this g2 pawn, yes, it's nice to have it, but if I can keep this one alive, maybe it's not even so important.
Again, you can cut
King
the
d4.
knight in another part of the board. It was on a1, b2, now it's on g2. It's
some knight f3, and the knight has zero moves.
homeless knight.
Ah, wait, it's exactly. It was exactly on b2, and now if it takes on g2, it's again. It's known to be, guys. Never put the knight on like one of these squares. Everybody knows about knight in the corner, which it's also been in this game.
A1,
yeah, when it's also been, and then a1 obviously is a bad square, or any corner square is a bad for knight because but also these ones are known to be.
Yeah, it's interesting that the knight is still alive.
It's this knight, it's been through a lot of stuff, yes, and yet it's the only minor piece that's still on the board.
Yes, but position is unpleasant.
And I think again our camera is somewhat off. Now that's definitely something. I guess that could be the one or this one. Ah, yeah, this one also works. Yeah. So knight to king d7, 4 minutes each.
So tomorrow Robson will play with Sargsyan Shant with white pieces, and Sargsyan today won, and Robson maybe he will lost.
You mean he loses today and it will be hard for him to play tomorrow? Yeah, I guess. Wait a second. Robson back to 50%, right? So now we have a clear outsider because Simon Goumulage, after losing today, he's on -2. Right. Yeah. He'll be on -2. And who else is in minus? Like now I'm confused. We have altogether we have +3. 2 -2 is Goumulage, and then Donchenko is on -1, I think.
-1.
Yeah, Donchenko's on -1. All right, I think the move has to be made because Robson is back at the board. But now I don't have it. No, I don't have it.
Any chances to make a draw here?
Yeah,
let's.
Like this is the most realistic chance when you go here, say g3, knight. I'm not even sure where it goes. Knight g5, king e5. Even computer gives only like 1.5. Yes. I mean, it still should be easily winning, but some technical tasks are. So if we go here, king e7, then we go g3. It's probably important to save this e5 pawn.
E5, yeah?
It's probably important to save the e5
pawn. Knight and the bishop against the...
I mean, these guys should know how to checkmate, right? These guys should know how to checkmate with knight and bishop. I'm not sure. I don't think they will be testing each other. Don't think they will be testing each other, but yeah, that's
I remember how fast Krishuk played with the knight and the bishop, and it was really impressed me how fast he was.
And was it like a real competitive game or?
Yeah, it was a blitzking. Of course, it's normal for grandmaster, but it was too fast, too easy. Just how to.
So it's not a problem for him whatsoever. Yeah. It's not a problem for him whatsoever.
Even he didn't spend any
Any time. Yeah.
any time. Yeah. Just
Yeah, but I imagine sometimes it can be like you can somehow get lucky with this. That the moment you get knight and bishop,
yeah.
and somehow it's
Yes,
like
yeah.
it works itself. You just play normal moves, and you get this position that everybody knows with W, whatever.
Yeah, it depends on the corner.
Yeah, yeah. No, I mean, the key is, yes, this W maneuver or whatever when you have the knight on f7, bishop on h7. I'm showing for the light square bishop, actually. Here it would be the opposite.
Another corner.
Here it would be the opposite if it ever happens. So bishop b2 played. Now, if white wins the f7 pawn, there's nothing to talk about. So black has to defend it, and then g3 we play.
G3, king b4, king b5 maybe, just to take the pawn on b5.
Not even sure. Yeah, I guess knight d5 to defend it. I'm not sure if we should be discussing a position with an extra knight, but probably we should. Yes, and go here. I don't even know. King e8. We go here, here. I think this knight will be trapped eventually. Knight b6,
Again?
bishop a3, knight e4, then from d6 or yeah.
Yeah, I think it's more useful for our viewers to know how to mate with the knight and the bishop.
Then analyzing this game with an extra piece. Yeah, but checkmate with knight and bishop nowadays is like it's everywhere, literally. Okay,
A
do
lot of
we
shorts,
have...
even.
Yeah, YouTube shorts. That is something that I would advise against. Because they will tell you it's easy, you do tick, 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 and then when you're having it at the board, somehow it's... you know, there were memes.
That's awkward moment, and you realize that it's not
The
so
memes
easy.
about culinary shorts when people cook and then they say, I threw the onion on a knife, but somehow it didn't get diced by itself, right? So the same thing, like if you think, yeah, I'll be moving randomly and in 30 seconds it should be a checkmate in the end. No, it doesn't work like that. Okay, so,
Update?
bishop b2, yes, and black decided to take. White takes back.
Knight takes. Knight
I
goes back.
think knight f... And he didn't play knight f4 yet. Now, again, it's glitching, it says 0. Wrong game, sorry. Knight f7, yeah, and it says zeros, you see?
No,
It says
he played
zeros, so Robson did play something.
Yeah.
He did play something, I just cannot really update it. I guess, like, this is something I would try. And say king f5,
E6?
imitated.
E6.
Yeah, and it's exactly what I wanted to say. But the problem is e6, of course. So I cannot activate my king. I have to watch for this pawn. So yeah, then it doesn't make sense to go king e6. Then I have to go like knight f4, knight g5. Can I do this? Nice. Knight e6, knight e6, king e6,
And if king b4, let's
king
imagine
b4, g5. We're still in time. That's
g4.
sad.
Let's continue.
It's sad, yeah, but it's just in time, right? h4,
King d,
bishop.
King d, why not king d3? King. We are not in. We are not in.
No. This, and then if
G3,
g3 we go
H3.
h3, and if h3 we drop this pawn and we go bishop f2. Or, I mean, that's one way of winning it, but even an easier way would be to just go
h4 to stop
here,
the pawns.
here, right? Could we go h4? No, h4, g5.
G5 and.
This is the win. Bishop c1 first. And when you take, it's h4 and bishop to g5. But again...
But h5 looks like also winning, no?
H4?
H4, yeah, H4, G5, takes,
Ah, yeah.
H4, G6, G7, and what to do?
E6, the pawn is
Yeah,
defended.
and E6.
I was planning to
Yeah.
take this, and then
Ah.
you go E7. Yeah. Okay, I mean it's too much. It's too much, but we are getting tired analyzing a position with an extra knight. Okay. So some updates. Knight F7. Knight went to E3. Knight
G5?
went to G5. Knight went to C4.
E6.
E6 and King C6. King C6.
The problem if we move E7, King
King D7,
D7,
yeah.
and that's why we need to make some moves.
I don't know. We can do this or this. Bishop A3 is something I'm gonna turn to white.
And just wait. What's the next move?
This
Yeah?
and then maybe
H4 maybe.
Yeah, or H3 and then the knight defends both of these.
And yeah.
Still some
maybe
technique.
maybe after Bishop A3, no moves. How to do?
Knight E4 is
Knight E4.
what Sam has played. Knight E4. I guess kind of
also he's just waiting for
this,
what to do for black,
right?
Yeah.
Bishop A3, E7, Knight F6 resigns.
And if
Knight E3,
yeah.
yeah, you're right. Knight E3. So now, hang on, E7, King D7, Bishop A3, Knight D5. And we have a problem.
No knight F6.
Now we have a problem because there is no knight F6.
And our king on B3 is a bit cut.
Yeah, it's definitely too far. But nobody forces us to go E7. I guess first we go here. After knight D5. I don't know.
You know that Sam is just walking around the board.
And whenever he is to move, he sits and
he sits and then he stands.
he plays the move immediately. Oh, whoa. What is this? I just need to update it again, it seems. Strangely, I cannot update one game. It's always like the whole thing, and it throws me back to one of the draws that we had. Knight E3, no move yet. After knight E3 here. So knight is getting to D5. I think I just need to bring the king over. Yeah. I guess if I go here, I just want to go king D5, king knight D1, king C2. Here, I just don't understand what the problem is, right? King D4, king E5.
Yeah, in every endgame with a queen, it's better than without a king.
Yeah. No, of course, like having the king on B3 or having the king on E5. That is. I guess he'll find this or another solution. Well, at least the DGT source says 30 seconds Ray Robson, 1 minute Sam Sevier.
But
so really,
it stops, yeah?
No, it goes. Yeah, the time's going. Let's not forget 30 seconds increment is what they have. Bishop F6. I guess Bishop F6 also makes sense because you can put it on G5, you can go H4, you're making sure that the pawns cannot be touched. So you keep both pawns. With the pawn on H4, bishop on G5, you're happy to trade the knights even if you lose the E-pawn. Knight F5 and
H4 maybe.
H4 still okay. King, moving the king is okay. I mean, it's just like you need some moves, but eventually wait, is it a Zugzwang? If let's say I go H4, I think it's a Zugzwang now.
Knight c7.
Wait, Compi gives some stupid g5 move,
Ah,
which I don't
g5.
understand.
And what is the idea?
So my point was that king d5, I go e7, knight e7, bishop. Just bishop takes and king here, right? But computer was giving some g5, which I don't understand. Okay, if I take with the knight d4.
Knight d4, the fork.
That's exactly what you don't want to happen.
calculate,
Yes, to be left with one pawn only. White's of course winning, but then again, like
okay, knight g3, knight h5, it's still winning, I think.
no, of course it's winning, but imagine like this is complete dominance, and then you need to like win it.
Again.
I mean, not win it again, but like make more moves, and then maybe black gives you a knight for a pawn, and then you have to demonstrate like checkmate with knight and bishop. So that is like prolongs the game for another hour maybe. King b4 instead of h4. King b4, knight e3. Now be careful, don't blunder
any check.
Any checks. Actually not sure. Bishop g5 maybe. That is usually a good policy to have. If your opponent has a knight, you have your kind of pieces, one square diagonal.
Ignore.
Yeah, one square diagonally, right? So that they cannot really give a check. I guess here, and this should be a win. This should be a win. This, neither. I mean, I don't even know why we are analyzing it, but somehow I cannot win.
Okay, let's move with e7 first. Let's check.
Here e7.
e7 and after.
Next move knight f6.
f6.
Yeah. You're right. Next move knight f6.
It's easier than yours.
Yeah. No. Of course that is. So bishop g5, right? Bishop g5 played. Knight f5 played. Knight f5 kind of makes sense.
Knight f5 with the
avoid that line, yes, because here.
And
honestly, this.
Okay, but we don't like to calculate it again.
Yeah. No. I was hoping to somehow exchange, but Compi just goes with the king, and so no, this one we cannot have. No, the pawn has to survive. The pawn has to survive.
Maybe knight c5 first to prevent king d7 idea, and knight c5 and then e7.
Knight c5 was winning, of course. And knight c5, I think king d6. Anyway, Sam played this. King c7. King c7. Now, what now? What
I
now?
thought that knight c5 and king b5 is.
Yeah, you were right, of course. This is good enough.
Just another pawn, and but maybe the king on d6 is
like close to the pawn. Yeah. h4.
And the knight on c5 is.
You move the knight, you drop this pawn. Yeah. So again, you want to avoid having only one pawn to rely on, right? You want to make it as simple as possible. So king c3, king c7. Then again, my source of information is lagging.
I'll exchange the knights here for white.
Knight g7. This knight, been here. Now it's on g7. Then
B7
if he gets to b7, I think it deserves a medal.
An extra pawn on the board.
Yeah, that's old rules when you accomplish some sort of maneuver. The easiest was king, get your king to the last rank.
The last rank, and then
you were getting an extra pawn, which is like unclear, and it explains how bad the people who invented this rule were, right? So that like for them it was like impossible to come with the king to the last rank.
You know, there are so many different rules for chess.
But you
It's
mean
not
like
chess, but
variants of chess,
variants of
or
chess.
just chess that is not true? Because this one from the king getting to the last rank, it was some like, you know,
It's
some rule which is
choose,
just yes, and just
choosing.
not true. And
I
variants,
know
of
that
course, like
the Kramnik idea to play
no
without
castle, yeah.
the castle. Yeah.
But again, I was thinking about it, and it seems to be a temporary solution because, yeah, people will figure out what happens without castles and again have their own openings and so on. And also, not being able to castle, I believe it kind of slows the game down. So, in a sense,
Closer to
yeah,
Shatranj.
it's probably, if anything, it makes it even kind of even more draw than it is. But again, I'm no expert and I've never really like analyzed this game, so maybe people would have different opinion. It's very hard to suggest a better game of chess that we actually know. Yeah.
Fisher Random is
Facial
also
random is cool to play and very hard to commentate or understand as a spectator. Yeah, because
even for chess players, for
yeah, no, of
professional
course,
chess players.
exactly, because like if you're a chess amateur and you know, okay, let's say Shan Saxian won a game, and you've been maybe last time you've looked at chess was in your school, and now you're I don't know middle age, you're still able to click through and you understand like at least this looks like an attack, this looks like a technique, and so on. Fisher random. Do you want me to analyze this for a week to understand what happened? No, it's too much.
First 20 moves is absolutely without
Yeah, we are
any
just trying
ideas.
to get a normal position from from chess, right? Okay, more moves.
Okay.
H3, king to c6, bishop f6, king to c7, king b3, king to c6.
King before.
Yeah. It's a weird
To win a
situation.
tempo.
It's a weird situation
Yeah,
where
he played.
okay, king b4 and now
He is waiting for Zugzwang again.
but why is it at 6? I don't yeah, like
Because
king c7 you will take the
king
pawn,
b5.
yes.
Yeah.
Fair
Without
point.
without a stupid knight on c5.
If I go here,
E7.
you go e7, you take it
And h4
and h4 and just in time. Okay. So what happens if I go h4?
yeah.
If I go h4 and then let's say pass
And here knight king d5 maybe.
but apparently it's not different, right? Here, here. No. Now I cannot take because
You are in time to
this is just yeah here and I
g5
control
and
g5. Next move g5.
g5 and it's
Okay.
a draw.
Yeah. So h4, bishop g5, king d5, and
and we have no.
I'm so
e7
confused. Yeah, I'm so confused. Like knight c5, it says knight c5 is winning, but again,
is it
and then
the
he'll
only
he'll take it eventually.
okay, but it position in our previous variation.
Now this one is like it's not a draw because we have this check, but it's again it's a long technical
and maybe it's
task.
a draw.
It could be a draw after all.
Human,
Yeah. After
okay.
all, yeah, it could. I mean, you can easily not win this one because you have only one pawn left. Anyway, after king b4, what happened was, hang on, this king b4, knight e3, threatening this, bishop d8, knight to d5, king to b3, and did he make it?
B4?
Did he make it? Because now if you move the knight, it's e7
E7
and knight f6.
right.
So this looks like a Zugzwang now.
B4 maybe.
B4, yes, but it's kind of not sustainable. You run out of moves, right?
And what again?
What's next? Yeah, yeah. What's next? Exactly. B4 on the board, yes. B4 on the board, and then you don't have to, but H4 is good.
H4.
King C4 just picks the pawn. That's also okay, but H4 feels right. Yeah. So also
H4 without
it's
any
like
check.
defended, anchored pawn. Yeah, no
Because
checks.
after King C4, some check. Knight E3.
But how resilient Ray Robson is. Like we declared this game, okay, white is winning for, wait, knight f6 after, so it's even,
It wasn't my idea.
yeah, brilliant. Yeah, yeah. It's just like,
just to
it's
check.
completely forcing, yes. If you move the knight, it's e7.
Should be the last move, I think, because after knight e4, if maybe king d6, king e6.
But we have to,
Ah,
I mean,
yeah,
if I
if-
need to know,
oh, yes.
of course you keep the extra extra material, but I mean it's like it's nowhere near. Yeah, this is it. Knight f6 on move 67, and it is official. Sam Sevian wins
his first game. Yeah?
wins his first game in 2 years in Stepan Avagyan Memorial. So he made 9 draws last year. He made 6 draws in a row this year before beating his compatriot Ray Robson. And that way kind of taking him over in the lead of a tournament.
Only 2 rounds left?
Only 2 rounds left. Still very tight kind of spread between the leaders and the outsiders. I guess like Gumulaj with -2 is can no longer win a tournament. But even people on -1, if they score 2 wins, I don't know. Mathematically, everything's possible. We have 3 leaders. It's Sevian, Artemiev, and Nihal Sarin. And with that, I wanted to wrap it up. But let's see if we will get Sam Savian as a guest. That was kind of the information we've been hinted at, but I'm not sure if it happens, if he wants.
Maybe he is.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, I see. I don't know if let's say if the camera's okay. They're still analyzing with Ray, so I guess maybe we will take the responsibility to wrap it up for today. It's been an exciting round. It's been
with two games.
2 decisive games, and that is, I believe, that is like best scenario for the commentators, because there've been a couple of games where not much was happening, but they were out of the way very fast, and the ones that were meaningful, they were 2 last games to finish. So once again, Shan Sargsyan wins fantastic game against Shimon Gumulaj. Sam Sevian beats Ray Robson. Other games are drawn, and round 8 will be played tomorrow, the same time.
Thank you for your attention.
And see you guys tomorrow.